Saudi Arabia's state oil company, Aramco, shut down its oil refinery in Ras Tanura after drone strikes were carried out, allegedly targeted by Iran. Now, there has been a larger wave of attacks on energy infrastructure in the Gulf in response to Israel and America's bombing campaign against Iran. And now there are serious concerns about how this expanding war will impact the world's economy. Now, Cenk, before I give you some of the details, there have been some, contradicting reports about who targeted Saudi Arabia.
This is a bit shocking, and it's not confirmed yet. We'll give you the details, we'll give you the facts. But there's a report that the Israelis might have hit Saudi Arabia as a false flag operation to draw them into the war against Iran. And let's see if that story gets confirmed. But let's give you the details first.
Yes, and remember, we're in the fog of war. So sometimes things appear pretty clear, and then it turns out you have more details later that go against that narrative. Now, before we get any further, again, it is important to remember we're in the fog of war, and there's all sorts of intentionally misleading propaganda out there. So it is not confirmed that Iran struck Saudi oil infrastructure. I want to be clear about that. So the Aramco oil refinery, if you're unfamiliar with it, houses one of the Middle East's largest refineries and actually has the capacity to refine 550,000 barrels per day. It serves as a critical export terminal for Saudi crude oil and is a key supplier of transport fuels like diesel for buyers in Europe. Now, according to the official Saudi press agency, there was a limited fire at the plant caused by debris from the interception of 2 drones that were targeting the facility. The question here is, whose drones were they? Right now, there were no injuries reported, thankfully, and the blaze was brought under control. However, Aramco quickly shut down the refinery as a precautionary measure. Now, Iran is actually denying that they were responsible for any strikes in Saudi Arabia specifically. Iran's deputy foreign minister told CNN the following: "We have already been in touch with our Saudi brothers and we have talked about this issue. Iran is not responsible for the attack against the oil installations in Saudi Arabia." On top of that, I think it's worth noting that a friend of the show and wonderful journalist Ryan Grim wrote that Saudi Arabia will eventually be able to figure out where the missile came from that struck their oil field, because there were strikes on the oil field as well. And if it's confirmed it was Israel, that'll have regional implications for a generation. Now, some of you might be wondering, Israel, who's blaming this on Israel? Well, interestingly enough, today on Tucker Carlson's show, he made a pretty bold claim, and it had to do with the arrests of Mossad agents in other Arab countries. I want you to listen to what he has to say here, and then we'll discuss the likelihood of this. Take a look.
Israel wanted to hurt these countries, that's the point. Wanted to hurt these countries. Wanted to sow chaos and disorder because they are rivals of Israel. So it's probably hasn't been reported, but it's a fact that last night in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in 2 Gulf countries which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait. And they've succeeded.
Now, Tucker's claim is that Israel wants the United States to have a bad relationship with these Gulf countries. Now, those Gulf countries, of course, currently have our bases located within them. And so the idea is that eventually Israel is going to want the US to leave the Middle East entirely, considering the fact that they want to be the hegemon in the Middle East. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's good arguments to be made on both sides here. So let's dive into the nuance. So first off, on attacking UAE, I don't get that at all, because UAE is totally in the pocket of Israel. So like, if they bothered to attack them on top, I mean, that is arrogance, on steroids. But why? Like, so I just don't quite get it.
Let's go to the second video because he explains. It's 37 seconds because he explains why, right?
Okay, and then but I do want to get to something that backs up what he's saying.
Yep.
But okay, let's watch.
Take a look.
The final thing you'd have to do is get the US out of the Middle East. Why would you want the United States out? Well, because the United States, while not doing a very good job of constraining Israel, has been issuing requests in any case to Israel for a long time. And that's very annoying. Imagine if we were getting the same kind of communiques from, I don't know, Ottawa. And they were like, you can't do this, you can't do that. We'd say, buzz off at a certain point. Back off, Canada. We're doing what we want. We're a great power. So you have to get the United States out.
So that's the claim that he's making. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, look, at least there's a little bit of rationale there because the Greater Israel does include a lot of the Gulf. And now,
Turkey.
And so that's what I was going to get to is that, like, it looks like they're going for Greater Israel now, right? And so almost all the Middle Eastern countries' defenses have been obliterated. Now in this particular war, they came in, the US did, saying, oh, the nukes that don't exist at all, right? Or regime change, et cetera. But now we're on to roadside bombs and we have to destroy their navy. We have to destroy every single ballistic missile, maybe every handgun. I mean, like, it's absurd. Why? Because Israel needs them neutered. Don't forget, Noble Mobile saving you a ton of money. So a lot of people are signing up now at T.com. Okay, and a lot of the Gulf. So, well, UAE is the biggest suckers in the world. They think that if they handed over their cybersecurity to Israel, a bunch of morons. So Israel owns them and they can do anything they want to UAE. Those idiots trust them. Oh no, they're on our side. Israel isn't on anyone's side but Israel, okay? So now come back around to what is a piece of evidence that supports this theory. Well, the Iranians took credit for all the other attacks, right? On Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, and Qatar. There was a rumor out that maybe Israel did Qatar too. And in fact, there Tucker mentions that they might have caught Mossad agents in Qatar, right? But no, for the moment being, Iran has claimed attacking Qatar. But that's interesting because that's a juxtaposition to Iran going, what, Saudi Arabia? We didn't attack Saudi Arabia because they're bragging about all the other attacks. They're saying, oh, hell yeah, we hit them. And you see if you're safe now, UAE, when they hit Dubai. But on Saudi Arabia, they're like, what are you talking about? We didn't do that at all, right?
Right.
So that's a big, big difference there. And that's what makes me think maybe there's something to that. In terms of, did they catch Mossad or not in those countries? Well, presumably we're gonna find out, right? I mean, we might not, maybe they'll bury the news, et cetera. But if we find out, then they did, right? But for now, that's not a good enough source for me to say it definitively happened, right? So I come back to, I don't know who hit Saudi Arabia, but now Israel is on the table, yes.
And Cenk, just to bolster what you say about the Iranians taking ownership of some of the other attacks they've made, I wanna go to C2 here. So this is Iranian foreign minister on CNN, I believe, talking about how they did in fact attack and bomb US bases in some of these Gulf countries. Take a look.
Sir, if that's a red line for you, why is attacking US military bases abroad justified?
But because they are attacking us. They are US military, installations, facilities, bases who are attacking us. We are under attack. Why don't you, recognize this fact? We are under the attack by US forces in the region. So we have every right to defend ourselves. And how to defend ourselves? We attacked, the US bases. This is obvious. This is a very simple fact. And I hope that, and I'm sure that people would understand that. We are not the one who attacked Americans. We are only defending ourselves.
So there you have it. It's not like they're shy when it comes to taking responsibility for some of the attacks.
Yeah, and there was actually another important clue in there. But first, what an absurd question.
I know, for real. And by the way, that was NBC for our audio listeners, not CNN.
They're like, now we've attacked your country. We've killed your top 49 leaders. We've bombed hospitals and elementary schools. But you have the temerity to attack us back? Yeah, that's kind of how war works. Like, I can't believe she even asked that question.
I'm glad she did, though. I'm glad she did.
Okay, so now here's the clue buried in there. He said, yeah, of course we attacked the US bases in retaliation. And every single one of these attacks that Iran is taking credit for is against a US base or US troops that had moved. Like in one case, they had moved to a hotel and they hit the hotel, right? None of them are against oil fields. So, okay, it's not definitive, but that's interesting. And so we'll stay on top of the story, see if we can get more. This is circumstantial evidence. We'll see if we can get direct evidence. Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
Market to maintain. Why would they go to war when the market is already going to drop? Because if you bombed an oil rig, you idiot, it's not going to make them go to war for you.
By the way, let's also comment. Let's look at Kash Patel in the U.S. Olympic team. Kash Patel, it needs to be said, is not running the FBI. Kash Patel was installed to not run the FBI. This is a very obvious conclusion that you come to. This guy is... What did Kash Patel's girlfriend say, by the way? Go back for a second. Kash Patel's girlfriend said he was at the Olympics providing security. This is the biggest fuck you to the American taxpayer. This guy's flying to the Olympics to go hang out in Italy and party and go hang out with the hockey team. They don't know who the fuck he is. They don't know who Kash Patel is. He's gallivanting all over the globe on taxpayer money. Where's Savannah Guthrie's fucking mother? Savannah Guthrie's mother is somewhere in a shed, and Kash Patel is in Italy. The guy, let's watch a little bit of Dick Durbin here, but Kash Patel's not running the FBI. It's obvious. I don't know who's running the FBI, neither do you, but Kash Patel's not it. He's a figurehead. This is a fucking op, and he's gallivanting, and they told him he could do this, by the way. They said, you just jet set around the globe and act like an idiot because you're not allowed to run the FBI. You're not handling the Epstein files. You're not handling any of this shit. So let's watch Dick. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is, make this bigger. Savannah Guthrie's mother is in a shed. Do you think he thought Savannah Guthrie's mother was in the locker room? Are they chanting, Savannah, bring her home, bring her home? Did he think she was in Italy? Did Kash Patel believe Savannah Guthrie's mother was in Italy? Is that why he's there? All right, get him out of there. Kash Patel, let's watch a little bit of this. This is Dick Durbin here talking about Kash Patel is a complete fraud. He's not running the FBI at all. Literally, he's doing absolutely nothing except not releasing Epstein files and not looking further into things like the Kirk shooting and whatever. He's there because he's incompetent. That's why they pushed him. And this is evidence. He's a complete buffoon, and that's why he is in the job. He's not doing the thing he was appointed to do, but he was never supposed to. So that's obvious to anyone that he was never really supposed to do this job. He was supposed to run around with his girlfriend, who's got a security detail, by the way, and then he complains that she should be on tour singing and not handling negative complaints on the internet. Dick Durbin.
FBI Director Kash Patel has shamelessly exploited the FBI's private government jet to support his jet-setting lifestyle.
That's right.
Including a golf getaway in Scotland and a trip to watch his girlfriend perform a wrestling match. Most recently, he flew to Italy to chug beers with the U.S. Olympic hockey team. As a whistleblower told the committee, the tone was set early in Director Patel's tenure when he told FBI agents, quote, if you have golf, hockey, fishing, or hunting and beautiful sights, you're going to see an awful lot of me.
Savannah Guthrie better hope her mother is being held at a golf course. Savannah Guthrie better Savannah Guthrie better hope her mother is being held at Pebble Beach. This poor bitch, they kidnapped her mother. And this guy is dancing and jumping around with the hockey team in Italy. She better hope and pray that her mother is being held at a 5-star resort. Or she better hope her mother is being held at where Kash Patel is going to see his girlfriend do backyard wrestling on government money. Where's Doge? Where's all these people that are obsessed with fraud, by the way?
Heaven is on my side.
Do you think we are being herded into World War III?
One of the techniques of keeping people confused is overloading them.
I think we are so fragile right now as a country.
Our cybersecurity on our power system has not been upgraded to a great extent for the last 15 years.
It's like we're two different countries.
It is.
Like we're a schizophrenic country.
When you look at everything going on, the outlook does not look good.
What's going on with...
Iran is a very complicated thing because under our government,
Only 60 seconds left.
it is better to back the government with a strong man because we know exactly what we're getting. So even though I feel like the majority of Americans, and of course I am, with the people of Iran, the government isn't really supportive of that because they're like, we can negotiate with them, we can send them money, we can we know how to deal with it. We do not know how to deal with it, so we're kind of what plans we're going to have with the next government. So we have this tough situation where unfortunately all these people are down. Other things, you're right. So first off, I'm going to talk about so how refreshing our deals right now with Iran have nothing to do with the people. It's nuclear diplomacy. Nuclear diplomacy is where you can fall back, pretend you're doing something, and then you make a deal and you say, hey, we solved something, and it doesn't do anything for the people. So this is what we're doing. I'll patch you up. For the people, and this is something that was different than all the last times. Our government said, don't hate people. So the frustrating thing now is they're doing extrajudicial killings. Right? They'll just walk in and shoot them in the head. They're injecting people and killing them. So we have no concept now of how many people are patch you up. Before they'd at least go to the throne, and you can
Against the world.
Nice.
No less from the town of Sluggo.
There's not just Iranians. There's Iraqi militias. There's Afghans.
Fire.
Afghan brigade.
It's like that.
So anyway, there's all these scared badasses killing people either when they enter the hospital or in custody. They're now being extrajudicially killed. And we're basically telling them to do it, like, just don't do it publicly.
Supporting poly markets with a 19% chance.
Sorry.
Avenio coming from and saying that will be out by March 31st. What do you think?
I think because our government's doing this nuclear deal stuff, I don't believe it. Now, if our government said we've done negotiating with
Just what we need.
negotiating with the people, I would say he'll be out. But now that they're like, no, if the deal's weird, if it's true, like they're gonna give us a little bit of uranium, and then we're gonna be like, okay, it's all good. But if the people like can't afford to live, they're oppressed.
Angels always rise again.
People killed with no crime. Like none of that is being addressed, and so that's super, super frustrating. So I think if we had handled it differently, I would say that. It's a nuclear deal.
He needs help.
19%
Hey, wait.
I know, but it's now, a month ago, I would have said 10%, and now that I've seen this weird nuclear deal, I know the government's tired.
Push out.
Yeah, sorry, Father Market. But the government is negotiating with Iran. But the negotiations happening right now with Iran are about nuclear. They started negotiations when these protests started, and they're about the nuclear program. They're nothing to do with what any of the protesters are asking. That's what I'm saying. That's why I know he's staying in power. That wouldn't be the deal you'd be working on. You don't need to make a nuclear deal with a guy you're kicking out, right? This guy's going to be done in a month or two. But if you make a nuclear deal with him, he's going to be gone. This should end the whole program a week after he leaves. So yeah, so that's why I know he's staying now.
So we don't it's all a facade too. We don't give a shit about them. Jordan on fire.
I know.
The US government doesn't give a shit.
Only 60 seconds left.
Do you think we should have bombed Iran? When was that? We were in Dubai. We were flying home and
Yeah, 100%. So the thing is, and I read you this anyway, we were always going to harm Iran when we found out they hit a certain level of enrichment. And they could get close to putting.
how did we find that out?
So,
Because here's what's interesting to me. I can't believe you told me this. Not on it. One of our intelligence agencies
Just what I needed.
Mossad that came up.
see, well, the thing is, you have to remember, Mossad has way better access than Iran than we do. Let's be honest. I have some better access than Iran than the U.S. government does. So we have to be really honest about that. The U.S. does have better access than Iran, so they always have to rely on other people. So that's no conspiracy. Think about it. That's Iran, they're just enemy, they have the best access here. Just like we have the best access in Afghanistan when we were fighting the Taliban, right? Because that was our enemy. So you have to view it in that way. So that's not a conspiracy.
But what, I mean, remember early on in Afghanistan when we would go into these villages and we would just take somebody's word for it? Oh no, they're the bad guys.
The darkness. What's the
Fighting each other for 1,000 years. I mean, so, you know what I mean?
It's not what's happening in this case. So
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I mean, I even had access to a guy who had a family.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
And I think they were caught a little bit with their pants down and realized it is more advanced than we thought. Remember, for like 15 years, they kept saying it's not advancing. Sorry, a program does not advance for 15 years. So our government just kept rolling the same assessment over into every year. And I really do think Trump saw it and said, holy crap. We are so behind on our assessment on this.
Round 2.
If this is how the universe ends, I shall go down fighting.
So there's so many conspiracy things around Mossad. You have to look at the facts of the situation. They have been enriching.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Luckily,
ready.
we've been tripping them up over the years, over and over again. And Mossad,
Okay, well,
taking out their scientists.
look at you. You are literally a goddess.
All that time, nothing.
Indeed.
That doesn't make any
But do
sense.
not let me intimidate
You know,
you.
they brought in living
You belong amongst the
scientists.
bravest of
They
mortals.
obviously always brought in Pakistan, so they have the capabilities
Is that
to always
okay?
have to make it happen.
4,
And so
3,
And you need not
that's just
try.
the whole.
1.
Exactly who you are.
Just stop that from securing the mission area.
Us or Israel?
Well, they
I
want
don't
to
think
Israel,
you
but
can
I
handle
tell you,
the
to
pressure.
say no one in the U.S. government believes in the enrichment is, I'm just telling you, there's not no analyst in the U.S. government who didn't believe in enrichment. That's an assessment put out in the wild for the public, but that's not real. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm skewed, but reading these Epstein files and all the racial remarks towards Americans and Christians is just
I
fucking.
mean, that's the world. Remember, the world's run. Brotherhood. The world's not run by America. I mean, people need to realize that. I hate to let people know, but we are not the top of the pyramid.
In World War II, the trigger was visible. September 1st,
Yeah, stop.
1939, and the world had a line you could point to. Today there may never be a single invasion moment because everything is being weaponized at once. Narratives, markets, technology, supply chains, and domestic division. With psychological warfare coming from outside and from within. So here's the question. Are we watching the modern version of the 1930s, where pressure campaigns and propaganda set the conditions until a major war becomes unavoidable? And if so, what are the clearest World War II era parallels you see playing out in real time? quite the question. I'm actually going to take it back a war. Okay. Before World War I, historians would say the world was a tinderbox. It was ready to go. Right? And then you had the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand that kind of kicked everything off, right? Even more than 1939. 1939, Hitler invaded Poland and people were on edge. World War I, even more than that. There was more going on. The whole world was on edge, right? Ready to go. I frequently, when I'm talking to my wife, I'm saying, you know, the world right now is a tinderbox. Everybody is on the edge of their seat waiting to see what's going to happen.
Who do you think you want to be today?
I see massive parallels to before World War I. I think we are more of a tinderbox than we were before World War II. World War II, there was still a
Now,
possibility.
I got a vanish from this match.
Some actions that could have been taken that may have forestalled. World War I, everybody was so ready to jump in that it was almost a foregone conclusion. So, having said that, yeah, I see a lot of parallels right now. Information is a huge area of warfare. The way information is disseminated, how it's disseminated, who it's disseminated to, is pitting people against each other. In the U.S., I think we are more divided than we've ever been. It's us versus them, and we talk at each other instead of with each other. I think internationally, we are not just us. Everybody is starting to position. And for those of us who are a little bit older and played the game of Risk,
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging. I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
The pieces moving around, and it scares me.
What exactly are you saying as far as is pieces moving around in strategic locations? I think we've been talking about Greenland, China, Taiwan situation, Russia, Ukraine, right, Venezuela. Right. I don't know if that's a strategic location. I
think it's strategic not only for oil. A lot of people are saying, hey, it's oil, right? Largest oil reserves in the world. And it's also a positioning maneuver.
Most fighters just climb walls. I'm facing his lane to a giant robot.
We do what we want, where we want, when we want. And we have power. And it's
You know,
everybody else
can still
notice.
lock on.
I mean, not
We
I
thought we were supposed to be on the same side, Frank.
It's not.
We are for now. But in this business, that could change in a heartbeat.
I'll be sure to remember that. And when it does, I'll be ready.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Sure, I'll take a shield.
We started, back in the Spanish.
Mind if I do?
Jeez.
We've been doing this for a while. I feel like now it's
Our enemies are here.
Enemies are put in the airway.
But it's also great for getting selective information out.
Right now, this is gonna hurt.
We have to be the way it's being spun. When we, for example, we helped Panama secede from.
No, that doesn't count.
When we do that, right now, if you talk to people and say, well, Panama's always been a country, right? We help them declare independence. We push us off of the east and west coast to make sure that they maintain we wanted control. And even
Ideally, Factor can't keep up. Look at this job. Maximum points.
Venezuela, we're live casting from Ukraine. We're live casting from Gaza. Information is out there so fast.
Oh, yeah, baby, that's what you got.
People coming in and trying to filter into a narrative. I think this creates a whole different if you will. Because now people can't just trust the government. Say, well, you guys have the information. I'll trust you're doing the right thing. They're looking at, hey, I just saw this on the news. What are you doing?
Just needed a few repairs.
Does that make sense? Perfect sense. They don't. Quite honestly, you and I have seen things more than you more than I. Seen it in people's living rooms. And I think we're causing PTSD in the human population. And that has its own set of issues and its own set of consequences.
I'm used to cobwebs, but they seem different.
Y'all need to get out of spawn, bro. What you getting on the game for if you're not gonna play?
That doesn't count. You'll have to keep playing until we clear.
Game theory to analyze
I am.
future geopolitical events.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, of course. So, if you are familiar with your work, I'm going to in 2024, you made 3 big predictions.
Sorry.
2, that you would start a world run. 3, the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that
What I do may seem dangerous, but I've never crossed the further one out, Spider.
What am I forgetting? Oh, right! Grenades, silly me. Oh, and pickles.
war, which will change
30 seconds before you attack. Yeah.
Nerds better be reading it, or the writer's gonna cry. Come on!
Have you seen Scott anywhere, Wade?
Limited
It's
on
not
the
like him to miss a battle.
Cyclops? Sorry, but your one-eyed warrior isn't even playable. Yet?
I have no idea what that's supposed to mean.
You wouldn't read it. But the leakers online are gonna lose their minds.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All I need to do is capture the mission area.
One-eyed
Got it?
warrior? I guess there's a new character coming.
These chrono energy readings are gonna blow out your sensors, Spider.
practice runs.
Maximum!
War, when the Iranians were able to
Don't let that cute.
analyze of both Israelis and Americans.
Invisible.
A lot of time, 8 months to prepare fully.
Time for some fireworks.
Really grasp the American mentality, and now they have a good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy.
Yo, what?
What the Iranians are doing is waging war against the entire global economy.
Nando, that doesn't count.
GCC countries. And only already shipping GCC countries, American bases. They're going after all these bases. They talk about it to move. They will go after the water consolidation plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations. They don't have fresh water. Water consolidation plant provides
Nando, that doesn't count.
the GCC's water supply. So
Your team's progress has cost them a this is gonna hurt.
Arabia, and it's 6 million people. They've been watering 2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
This is gonna hurt.
Post office of the gets 90% of its food from moves. So I know a lot are talking about the disruption to the economy. But right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And what is important is that
Gulf states are really the linchpin.
This is gonna hit.
The American economy. What they do is they sell missiles, and these missiles spill over into the American economy, food investment, and stock market. Right now, we know that the entire American economy is powered by AI space. A lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are not only able to sell oil, but also finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States.
Spider boss.
Will influence as well the entire American economy, which is really a financial crisis. That's the entire situation that America is facing right now.
To your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally up in the UAE, and now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as an potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, are probably going to be rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you about munitions.
Eller down.
On the screen, the United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which missed. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million per missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So here in China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II. It's designed to fight the Cold War. Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build, and that's what the American air defense system is basically. And that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones, and it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really a puncturing of the aura of invincibility and inevitability to sustain American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire US dollar-based reserve currency system, but also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
Professor, this morning, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused to rule out that possibility, and he said, oh, well, we're not going to put that to you what we will or will not do, but we don't want to, rule anything out. We will do what it takes. Do you think that America will end up invading Iran from the ground? It's already becoming relatively clear they won't be able to accomplish full regime change or regime collapse using just air power alone.
Right. So everyone says that the worst calamity that could happen in the United States is if it were to send ground troops into Iran. At the same time, the United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We never had a precedent in history where you were able to regime change from the air alone. You need ground troops. And so unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months is that pressure will build on America to send ground troops, especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being touted right now by the Iranians. So remember that if the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, if they go, then the petrodollar goes with them. So the Americans need to protect these countries, and these countries are going to demand that either the Americans bribe the Iranians to seize, and this is like $5 trillion in indemnity, okay? Or send ground troops to wipe out the Iranian threat once and for all. I know that there's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among the American people. Remember that 78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
And one of the things that really comes into question, I think, with all of this, sir, when we're looking at the geopolitical picture and sacrificing in much of this from the United States on behalf of Israel, is kind of a question as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post. We can put it up here on the screen at 3. A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed by Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration to attack Iran. However, this is clearly an authorized leak from our own government trying to at least lay some of the blame on behalf of the GCC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. And Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis than Israel. Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil.
How you doing? Listen, I'm working on something interesting, I think, but I need a little time. Anyway, I got a request through the ether, so to speak. Someone's looking for a crew to take a score, but I don't know anymore. I thought maybe you'd be interested. Personally, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot barge pole because I don't know any of these people. But if you're interested, be my guest. I can tell them.
Towards more of a tourist economy. That's why they brought in Ronaldo. That's why they're switching to e-gaming. That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM. And all these things are not working out. So they need to be able to control the oil resources of the entire Middle East if they are to survive and thrive as a nation. So I do believe that this reporting is credible, even though it does make Saudi Arabia look bad. Saudi Arabia says that they wanted peace, but they are helping the Israelis and Americans attack Iran right now because they're allowing the Israelis and Americans to use Saudi airspace.
Understand, because it still feels to me like there's some pieces that don't totally add up. You had in advance of this war on Iran, you had top military references and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying this is a really bad idea. We are not ready for this. All the math on the interceptors that's been talked about for months at this point, and yet Trump still decided to go. What is the calculus that he was making here that led him to take what already appears to be catastrophic?
Right, okay. So this is the key question. Why do they do this? I think there are 3 possibilities, okay? All 3 possibilities are valid. The first is the idea of hubris. Look at history. This is how empires behave. So the Mindoro kidnapping was quick, successful, and it was a adrenaline rush for Trump. And that made him overconfident in the capacity of the American military. Okay, so hubris is a factor. We see this throughout history. Why did Hitler invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily. He thought he was invincible, right? And that led to the destruction of the German army in the Soviet Union. So hubris is a factor. Then you have to look at internal political calculus, where even though America does not benefit from this war against Iran, Trump himself personally benefits. Why? Because the Saudis and Israelis are bribing him to attack Iran. Remember that the Saudis invested $2 billion in the private equity fund of Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump. And the Israelis, through Meir Edelson, have been financing Trump's political career. And so Meir Edelson, a few months back, said that he will put up $250 million if Trump were to run a 3rd term. So Trump is getting a lot of financial and political support from the Saudis and Israelis. Also remember that if this war goes sideways, Trump is forced to use ground troops. He will probably get approval from Congress. This will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him to influence the midterms. So Trump is thinking about a 3rd term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on, and you can delay elections, and you have emergency war powers, and people rally on the flag, and he probably will get a 3rd term. And the last factor that is very important is the eschatological factor, where if you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military, they control the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups. Okay, you have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the 17 Frankists, which control the monarchy of Israel today. You have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. They believe that Israel, this one in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Well, sir, I hope you come back. This was very
Yo, what's
informative,
up,
I think,
man?
for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It
Hi.
really helps get the show to more.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. The full show helps support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com. Welcome back to the coolest channel on YouTube. Look, I already told y'all, we stepping on them all year long. We're not playing no games. Look, pay attention to the way I stack this one right here, man. Smash the like button. Let's get this video to like 20,000 likes. Share these videos with your friends and your families. Make it to a million. We need to spread the word, y'all. Real talk. Look, man, just know if you're going through a tough time, just know we're going through this thing called life together. Never in it by yourself. We're going to need each other. Real talk. Let's get into this video without further ado. In a conversation with Steve Bannon, a Norwegian diplomat in 2018, Jeffrey Epstein warned of the possibility of Donald Trump starting a global conflict if he feels cornered, even mentioning Iran directly. Take a look at this. The diplomat says Trump pulling troops out of Syria is a bad sign. He is up to something and it's not good. Epstein then says, by the way, I believe that his pulling troops out of Syria is step one. He needs a large diversion. The diplomat says he could be pulling troops out of Syria because he doesn't want them there. A much bigger operation takes place and puts their lives in jeopardy. Reminder, he will take everyone down if he feels the end is near. I always urge people to be Iran. They become extremely dangerous and unpredictable. Then the diplomat says it's worse because it's not only him, it's his family.
Watch out, Max. You're gonna cause a traffic accident looking like that.
Like he is
Can't talk to him.
Iran leader has a 1 million man army. Now, here's the part about Iran. Epstein says we only have 2,000 troops there. If you were to bomb Iran, they would be slaughtered. Bannon says, oh, that would be crazy. Then Epstein says, not from his perspective. Now, let's think about what happened recently. Trump increased military presence in Iran before striking Iran. Many people are saying he's doing all of this because he feels cornered by the Epstein files.
Word on current street rumor has it and supposedly allegedly. I got a couple of calls on this one. The reason why they killed El Mencho, the leader of the cartel in Mexico, is because he was child trafficking and selling human organs. And he had a client list of 211 people. And on that list, there are 17 current sitting members of Congress in the U.S. that used to buy from him for cannibalism and rituals. Girl, and that's why.
Oh, so now you told
intelligence to take him out because the U.S. doesn't want that list to come out. This is all allegedly in my head. This is being talked about in Mexico. I'm just saying, go stay tuned.
You need to see this clip. This is Donald Trump at the royal court shaking his leg. And it's completely still the show. He doesn't let go of the show. He is in complete control of the situation. As you can see what he says here, completely president. And suddenly out of nowhere, he pulls a stack of pictures out of his pocket. He's saying words here seemingly savoring this moment.
Look.
president of France. Trump immediately wants to take these pictures away from
Yo,
the staring.
cause what's he gotta do? Turn around?
Has away in his pocket and then snatches the other stack of paper from his hands. He just laughs it off. I'm pretty sure he has his own copies. It looks like Trump is scrambling to explain himself, but
Dang. Hold on, bro. What? He out here getting blackmailed.
he's sweet if you could decipher what they're saying in this video. I know, look, I know. They always gonna start this shit off like that. Wow. Remember how they said that our whole government has been extorted and certain things don't get out? This is wild, man. But for 1 second, I don't believe that it's just them. It's all of them. They work together, y'all. They work together. You know how they were saying that you. Damn, we just gonna. He pulls a stack of. You can see what he says here completely. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, he pulls a stack of pictures out of his pocket. He says a few words here, seemingly savoring this moment.
Hi, Jackie. Can you call my accountant? I need to transfer hundreds of thousands to my other account.
The prince share a laugh while.
And did you find out about the reservation?
He tucks what he has away in his pocket.
I don't care what he thought. I have to impress her.
He just laughs it off. Pretty sure he has his own copies.
Okay.
Looks like Trump
Thanks.
is going to explain himself, but they're obviously not buying it.
That one die.
This guy is. Do you know how to read lips? He's sweet.
I ain't never seen him like that.
I know, look, I know. Damn, we just gonna start this shit off like that. Wow. Remember they said that our whole government has been extorted and certain things don't get out? This is wild, man. But for 1 second, I don't believe that it's just them. It's all of them. They work together, y'all. They work together. You know how they were saying that, he be boo-booing on himself? Imagine that this would be one of the times when Mr. Loose Booty just let it go. You feel me? That's probably why they start walking away and start sneaking.
They just started 2 wars to bury the Epstein files. Only Jews know exactly what's happening. Here's the timeline everyone's missing. February 19th, Prince Andrew arrested for Epstein connections. February 24th, Bill Gates apologizes for Epstein ties. February 26th, Hillary testifies. World Economic Forum president resigns. February 27th, Bill Clinton testifies. 7 days of the biggest scandal exposures in history. Then what happens? Same day, Pakistan attacks Afghanistan. Next day, U.S. kills Iraq. 2 wars in 2 days. Here's what Jews see. You can't make scandals disappear, but you can
Why you look at me like that?
Epstein dominated every headline.
Oh,
Everyone's watching explode. Nobody's
too
talking.
silly.
But here's the suspicious part. Same day Iran war starts. OpenAI gets Pentagon contract worth billions. Portion of OpenAI. Bill Gates through Microsoft. Gates apologizes to his Epstein gets the biggest defense contract in history. That's how power actually works.
That's that parasite.
7 days. 2 wars started in 2 days. While you watch wars, Gates gets defense contracts. Prince Andrew walks free. Nothing happens to the other. Most people see separate news stories. Jews see one coordinated operation. They control the media. They control foreign policy. They control who gets exposed and who gets protected. How do you stop people this power? You don't. They're too strong. But you can see the pattern and position accordingly. Never believe scandals will take them down. Always watch how they use chaos to get stronger. If you want to learn more about the Jewish wealth and real estate secrets, comment money, and I'll send you my full playbook.
Just weeks ago that the Iranian people decided to burn the false effigy of Baal. The
was the response from the terrorist state of Israel?
Hey, gorgeous.
Iran into smithereens with support, of course, of Donald Trump. The Neptunian, Canaanite, Babylonian empire of the ancient world sacrificed virgins, i.e., children, to this same deity that the Iranian people burned. And what did they do following these events? They attacked the pure ones, the innocent ones, the virgin ones. This is not what the Operation Mockingbird media is telling you it is. A ritual sacrifice goes back to antiquity. This same ritualistic sacrifice is happening now. Imposed by Benjamin Netanyahu in 1990. If we get caught, they will just replace us with a person in the same cloth. So it doesn't matter what you do. America is a golden calf, and we will suck it dry, chop it up, and sign it piece by piece until there is nothing left but the world's biggest welfare state. We create and control. Why? Because it's God's will. And America is big enough to take the hit. So we can do it again and again and again. This is what we do. They just cut them to them. We destroy them very slowly by making them suffer by using it as slaves.
This is who our government is saying is our greatest ally.
Nuclear program is going to be destroyed. And anyone who gets in the way, it doesn't matter where they are.
Do you think
Even if they are politicians in the West, they are going to fall. Because
I mean, duh.
we cannot afford.
They buy missiles from China.
Threaten politicians in the West if they don't agree with Israel's war.
Hey, that's too much to speculate. There ain't. That's too much to speculate. That's an easy assumption, but with what evidence? You know what I mean? Like, that's a very Captain Obvious. Because they already buy missiles from them. They have nuclear weapons and missiles are two different things.
Well, you don't vote for them now. You're not in our country.
Well, Iran got oil.
What do you mean the politicians will fall?
We live in democracy. We have the right to bring them up and to bring them down. Those who agree with the government on this. And all that's important.
How are you bringing
Like
them down?
yourself, we don't we and how are you bringing them down?
Who is we and how are you bringing down politicians in the West if they dare to defy Israel? Tell me how you're bringing them down.
I already answered you.
Are you going to murder them or are you going to bribe them? Or are you going to bribe someone else?
I always find it funny how when you bury the right with somebody and they don't want to say who is we. What's with all this badass talk where you don't want to say who is we? Let's be a friend. No?
I listen back to control over TikTok.
Yeah.
Let's see how it's going. Your music.
Hey, you actually went for the muscles. Before you'd be.
It's fine. Listen to me anyway. There's a picture of heart and death in your mind. It's fine. But let's see what happens when this is. Jesus. Wow. Look at all the videos. Let's see what happens when I start to hate Islam. Look at all these videos again. Search Christians.
What? That's not. I mean, you literally just saw it. That's not accurate. You can't say I hate anybody.
Holy shit.
At hashtag.
Candace Owens put out a documentary today called The Bride of Charlie, which uncovers Erica Kirk's early years. In the documentary, we find out that Erica Kirk attended a super elite private school called the Tesseract. The Tesseract represents time. A Tesseract is also a cube, which fits inside a hexagram. The god of Saturn is Kronos, the god of time. Planet Saturn supposedly has a hexagon-shaped storm on top of it, created by low-frequency sine wave tones.
Sine waves measure time. The elites worship the god of time, sin, and Saturn. Sin sounds like a sine
Bro,
wave.
he's cheating big time.
School Aaron Kurt attended was inside a Jewish school called the Looking Glass. Looking Glass is an alleged time travel technology that lets you peer into the future. Remember the Tesseract book we all read in elementary school, A Wrinkle in Time, where the characters
This is ridiculous.
tessering, time traveling? The elites worship the god of time, sin, and Saturn, Satan. They believe that by increasing evil in the world, sin, like a sine wave, time, can accelerate the death of the material world and escape it. Sin is separation from God. They were separated from God because of sin when they fell from heaven into linear time. The time trap, mind control, tesseracting the mind. That's what I think all of this stuff is. Candace and Erica's soap opera, time travel, conspiracies, all a mind programming trap to separate you from God.
A dormant energy current could flood into Mother Earth's planetary grid, reconnecting Persia to the eternal flame temple.
Alright.
Hey, everybody.
3 minutes. That is amazing lineup. 33 minutes. AM is the maximum. It's about 33 degrees, about the southwest horizon. Except for the year. Now, most people need to remember that it's happening on the night of March 2nd. It's in the morning of March 3rd. The only total eclipse of 2026 is coming overnight March 2nd to 3rd, and about 2.5 billion people can see at least part of it. If you are in much of the United States, Canada, or Mexico, plus parts of East Asia and the Pacific, you have a shot at seeing totality.
To Christ are 3,974 years, 6 months, and 10 days. And from the birth of Christ unto this present year is 1815. Then the full sum and number of years from the beginning of the world unto this present year of our Lord God 1815 are 5,789 years, 6 months, and the said odd 10 days. And it lists the creation day at 4004 BC. Here's the 1863 Cassell Publishing House Bible, and again, right up front. The creation date is 4004 BC. 4004 BC, the date of creation, to the year that they were writing or editing the Bible, 1815, was 5,789 years, 6 months, and 10 days. And since then, it's been 211 years. 2026 is the 6,000th year.
I'm sure this is nothing, just a coincidence. We have a blood moon eclipse happening on March 3rd. You know what else happened on a blood moon eclipse? Donald Trump was born June 14th, 1946. Trump was born on this blood moon eclipse just months after the Babylon working, a moonchild ritual done by NASA rocket scientist Jack Parsons and Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard. Shortly after 1947, UFO sightings first occurred. The CIA was formed, and 700 days after the blood moon eclipse that Donald Trump was born on, the state of Israel was founded. 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days after Trump was born, he was inaugurated the 45th president. 7 months later was the Great American Eclipse. His campaign slogan, MAGA, means magi, or sorcerer in Latin. There's so much occult symbolism surrounding Trump. For example, Trump Tower in Manhattan. The entrance is a black cube, just like the black cube in Mecca. Just before his election, he staged or halted an assassination attempt. Should be mentioned, though, that the eclipse is not evil. Instead, demons use these times, like eclipses or numerology, to do their wicked deeds. It's not God's creation that's evil, it's man that is evil. Has officially bought Electric Grid, a private owned company now owns all of our electric grid in Indiana and Ohio in the name of mass producing AI data centers. If you are not in Indiana and don't know how hard we've been fighting data centers and our rising energy costs, our bills went up about $400 just in the last 2 months. And now that's expected to get even worse as BlackRock has just secured a $33 billion deal acquiring AES which is the power company responsible for all of the electricity in Indiana and Ohio. I won't explain to you why a private equity company being able to dictate public energy, why it's an issue. But let's talk about how we know our energy costs are now being privatized and basically going to be used for politics and to, I don't know, drive our fucking prices up even more. BlackRock's investment as it comes to AI is privatizing energy so that they can supply and drain neighboring cities. And now all of Indiana, just so they can divert power grid supply to AI data centers. BlackRock has a monopoly on almost every fucking thing. And the fact that a deal going through that is going to allow them to divert energy from regular people to mass produce AI data centers while literally raising our prices and reducing accountability is a crime. This is criminal. Anna is being pimped out in the name of our governor. And now that they have acquired all of our wind farms, which is how we get our energy, we are now going to have a skyrocketing bill. And BlackRock is going to contribute to destroying our environment with AI data centers for a fucking chat GPT prompt on how much water is being used just to supply it. I don't understand how people are okay with this, but this is very fucking bad. And if it's starting here, it will come to you.
How you doing? Listen, I'm working on something interesting, I think, but
This is fucking real. If this is fucking real, hold on, let me go research. Yo, not only is it fucking real, what the fuck is Project Memphis? Yo, this motherfucker right here has to be the Antichrist. There's no way, and there's no reason why there should be this much happening every single day. Yo, the fact that we have to wait it out until this motherfucker's gone. Oh, shit.
Man was shopping in the toy section of Walmart, right? And he pointed out some labels not liable for data collection on the kids' toys. And it's not just the girl toys, right? He's gonna go to the dinosaur one too, right? Not liable for data collection. What? We ain't never seen nothing like that growing up. Went to Target, Toys R Us. I don't even think I ever got toys from Walmart. I was Toys R. I was trying to go to ChatGPT. I'm like, what does that even mean? If a label or a toy says something like not liable for data collection or similarly worded, it generally means the company isn't taking responsibility for how data might be collected when someone uses your product. How are you collecting data from a stagnant machine toy? They aren't promising to protect or manage your data information. It doesn't mean we absolutely won't collect data. It means they're not legally responsible. So basically, like, hey, it's on you. After you buy it, it's on you. And you still trust these brands, bro. And you got to think about this. What about, bro? They still doing business with them though. So how? This just makes why are these labels just now being introduced? Technology's been around for years. How did they take data from a toy?
That's because this shit is coming to an end, and they have to tell you everything. Just like on.
Hello, this is Morse Mutual Insurance.
Cause
Okay.
keywords, they pretty much can't say on the internet because they own the rights to the word, so I can't say it. So yeah, man, it's just this crazy world that we live in. Labels on products. If you're intelligent enough to know what that means, maybe I'm just saying maybe it has some type of listening tracking device that they kind of have to tell you about, but you still gonna buy it because they're gonna put a good price on that. And your kid is probably gonna want the damn toy. But we're the adults and we make the rules. We say fucking no. At this point, man, you need to make the toys, man, or definitely read your products. Then you wonder why some of your children go missing. Why they won't listen because there's certain devices in these devices that control emotion, can see you, they can track you. They don't want to be liable for that because they know it's in it. Just like The McDonald's CEO, he know what's in the damn burgers. That's why he didn't really eat that. Like, you know what I'm saying? We gotta do better. Just like they said that it's bioengineered ingredients in the food. We'll get into that too. If they let you know, then they're not responsible for what happens after that because we're supposed to be intelligent enough to know something ain't right. Something ain't right, y'all. It's the reason why we get more sick. It's the reason why we disappear at an alarming rate. We gotta get it together. We're making it too easy.
Market that fluctuates. Do you see Baba Vanga's prophecies for 2026? You didn't. Okay, I'll tell you in a very summarized way, a really summarized way, because it's a lot. That Baba Vanga said for 2026 is that this will be the year that the East will rise up against the West. And she doesn't just talk about a military war, but rather about a technological war, an economic, and principally a spiritual war, a territorial and informational war. And she also says that in 2026, we will meet the Lord of the world, that it will be a Eurasian leader who will organize the chaos of the world. Interesting, isn't it, that this prophecy from Baba Vanga also aligns with that prophecy of Nostradamus, of the so-called man of the North, that this guy would be a kind of political leader, but would also have a very strong religious bias. It also speaks of a global economic collapse, and interestingly, this appears right here on the cover of The Economist. Underneath this symbol of two swords, we have a market that fluctuates a lot. And the name of this right here, you see, this market fluctuation is financial collapse. She also talks about a natural disaster that involves water, a large amount of water, causing a very important.
Oh my gosh, who
She
cares?
talks about
Who cares what she has to say?
and
Oh my gosh, now she
40 hours to keep you alive. Too tired to escape. Henry Ford ran the numbers. He tested different work schedules and found the sweet spot. 40 hours. Not because it's optimal for productivity, because it's optimal for control. Let's do the math. 40 hours work, 10 hours commuting, 56 hours sleeping, 14 hours for eating, showering, basic survival. That's 120 hours, leaving you 48 hours of free time. Except you're exhausted. So you spend Saturday recovering from the week, and Sunday dreading Monday. Your weekend isn't freedom, it's recovery time, so you can do it again. Monday morning, the alarm goes off, and you feel it. That existential dread. 5 days until freedom. 5 days of giving your life away. For what? A paycheck that disappears instantly. And also food, loans, nothing left. You want to start that business? Too tired. And that skill? Too tired. Build that project? Too tired. That's not an accident. That's the design. If you had energy left over, you'd leave. If you had money left over, you'd build something. If you had time left over, you'd organize. But they can't let that happen. So they found the formula. Just enough money to survive. Just enough time to not completely break. Just enough energy to come back tomorrow. Never enough to escape. And then they tell you, work hard for 45 years, then you can retire. So you do it. You trade your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s for a paycheck. And at 65, you're free. Except your body's broken. Your energy's gone. You spent your best years building someone else's dream, and your freedom came too late to use it. The 40-hour work week isn't about productivity. It's about compliance. Keep you tired, keep you poor, keep you busy. Too exhausted to think, too broke to leave, too busy to organize. That's not employment, that's control. And you'll do it for the next 45 years, unless you break or escape. You won't.
Bank of America, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Citibank just held a private meeting to build a shadow banking network on crypto, and for some reason, nobody wants to talk about it. And this is very big new stuff that the market is unconfidential for me, all that. To understand what I'm saying, you have to look at the background. You have to see the pattern of what they do and read between the lines. What they're doing right now in crypto is what they did in 2008. You don't know what happened in 2008. They crashed the entire economy. The way they did it actually reveals what's happening now. They created something called shadow banks or shadow companies to hand out garbage mortgages, bundled them together, sold them as gold, and made billions while regular people lost everything. So the government wanted to stop this process by passing something called the Dodd-Frank Act, specifically Section 171, the Collins Amendment, to make sure the banks never do shadow banking again. The only reason they were able to sell these garbage, junk mortgages is because they were doing it through a shady company. The unique comprehensive something called the Genius Act that was signed into law July 2025 that allows banks to create stablecoins legally. A stablecoin is basically a crypto version of a dollar. And they can do that, but they hide it, man. There's a line that's actually hidden and buried in the capital standards section that literally says, Section 171, look it up for yourself, of the Financial Stability Act of 2010 shall not apply. I need you to listen and hear that one more time. The one law, the one safeguard that was specifically created to stop 2008 bubbles from happening again does not apply to the creation of stablecoins. This means that banks can now create stablecoins through subsidiaries with zero of the capital requirements that existed after the crash. The crazy part is you actually had 100 community bank leaders send an emergency letter to the Senate saying crypto companies are already exploiting a loophole in the Genius Act, circumventing the rules through affiliate shell companies. It's already been talked about. It's already happening. Bank of America's CEO went on national television and said, quote, we will go into that business. They're saying it publicly. JP Morgan already launched a deposit token on Base and held a meeting with Wells Fargo, Citi, and PNC to build a Zelle-style stablecoin network. This is not a prediction. This is not a theory. This is the law and actual business moves happening right now. And people are worried about the short-term price action of their crypto. The largest wealth transfer in American history is being written on the blockchain right now. It's in the 2008 crash. There was no crash. There was no bubble. So there was a 4-year period where the market ran up. That's how bubbles get created. Bubbles got to expand, right? And people get rich. It just happened in July. And it's only going to be exacerbated by the Clarity Act when it does pass potentially in November. And the crazy part about it, too, is that these subsidiary companies are legally allowed to go ahead and actually inject some of that liquidity into creation of altcoins. So obviously, they're going to try to move like that, especially with the Clarity Act being passed. I'm not going to go into too many details in this video. We'll talk about it in the future. But basically, they've even created a way to where they can essentially create an altcoin with this stablecoin liquidity, create an altcoin out of thin air, and then risk-free get their money back almost guaranteed. We'll talk about that in the future.
Something that people know about. It's something that people are taking advantage of other people. I've been seeing this lately. You can't speak on it, man. Like it's a few content creators. Say they man. It's a lot of it. It's a lot. Especially now. They're pushing on y'all theories of them coins that have no fucking utility. We're going into, y'all, I have to put y'all on game. It's a utility market. I'm not a financial advisor. Don't take my financial advice, but I know how to invest. The day trade. That's why outside of here, I day trade. Some of y'all have seen my trades on Instagram. Y'all see me make $33,000 like an hour. Real talk. I do a lot of different things using my intelligence that I have. I pay attention. I read. I look at the overall market of everything. And I'm telling y'all, stop listening to people. Don't listen to nobody when it comes to investing your money. Go out here and do your own damn research and see where the money is going. Look up utility coins. Look up the utility coins before it's too late. When they talk about the transfer of wealth, they have to move the money because of liquidity. I don't want to get deep into that, but just do your damn research, man. I already gave y'all a game about what to look at before. I will no longer do that. That window has closed. Do your own damn research, man. Things are definitely changing. I wish that we didn't have to get money. I wish that we all can just get up and pick fruit off the tree, man, and live our lives and build and create technology like we should. That's not where we're at right now. And we have to do whatever we have to do to survive and get out the way. A lot of times this can free you up, man. We can buy property and we can live off the grid. We still getting sprayed the hell up, but we can do a little bit better than we are right now. And I wish that for everybody. Because I see what the lack of resources can do to a community, to people. That's why we have people on opposite sides that kind of hate each other, because the people that have no education, no fundamentals about money, thinking clearly, that's because they have been strategically placed in a state of fight or flight. And we have to be empathetic when we see this. At the same time, we have to be smart and move smart. If you're not able to snap out of it like some of us and start climbing that ladder and understand what's going on and put your emotions to the side, then we can survive what's coming next. You can.
Iran just posted a mysterious countdown timer on X. Many people wondering, what does this mean? It starts by showing a watch with the time at 1:20 and goes on to show time moving forward. Then it shows Netanyahu from behind with his voice, and then it ends on a "We are present everywhere" 1:20. So what can this mean? I mean, should we be worried about this?
So I'm absolutely convinced that they're messing with time. Okay, let me show you something. They set this clock when the time changed after the movie. Right? So it's 11:45. Now, let me tell you something. These clocks are set to the same time. 45, almost 46. When I look at the time on my iPhone, let me see. Use my iPhone. Look at this. 23:52. 7 minutes off. That's within a matter of 6 months. 45, 45, 45. Why would I go out of my way to set all these 7 minutes off? I wouldn't do it. Would two. I would do it, maybe 10 minutes, but I would do it ahead. Why do I want to be late everywhere I go? Answer me that.
Switzerland ordered its people to start stocking up on food and water. Food for 8 months and water for 4 months. Skinhead. About 6 to 8 months ago, they ordered all of Switzerland's bunkers to be renovated. All of them. Switzerland is the only country in the world that puts everyone underground, literally. The entire population that's there, the 7 million, we have shelter for everyone. Besides that blessed Gotthard tunnel, then you start to understand why they built that tunnel, okay? Because that's a giant, giant bunker between Switzerland and Italy. And Italy, okay, Ben, who's surprised now? No, not 6 months ago. Spain is building what bunkers? Americans are investing in what bunkers?
This is happening. This is in Manhattan, Kansas. Are you seeing that emission? You see what was going on, and there was an incredible amount of radar. I've been able to predict storms simply basically in so-called glitches. And typically, I would see moving from a storm like that. Instead, was just this massive on radar.
Oh, interesting. It was my idea. It's okay, though. You didn't need to tell us. Oh my gosh, for the millionth time. It does not have anything to do with Iran. That is not how they operate. You can take out 50 of their leaders. Doesn't matter. That does not change the fact that there are terrorist organizations everywhere, whether Iran wants them or not. Call it loyalists. What do you think neo-Nazis are? You think Hitler has any idea Even though he dreamt about the Fourth Reich, he has any idea
You through to
there's
your garage?
bald
You need me to bring you a
dumbasses in
ride?
the backwoods of Ohio talking about their skinheads and they don't do shit, but they're definitely being watched by the FBI. Like, duh.
I'll bring it by.
That doesn't
I'll get
change
back to it then.
anything. That doesn't make them disappear because you got rid of Hitler, dude. And it's not just the ideology. Maybe somebody actually just reacted to a school full of their female children being bombed. Maybe they actually reacted to somebody shooting a missile during
Hey,
diplomacy talks.
I know you've been there already.
You know, something that like a normal reaction for anybody else.
Right there, though, because it wasn't that for me. I had to say something, and guess what? I got striped. Me. That's because they said it was misinformation, and then we find out, guess what? It wasn't misinformation. We just been telling the truth the whole damn time. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. I gotta protect us.
This year, September 10th, just one day before 9/11. There's a synchronicity there, and there's always synchronicities involved in repetition compulsion, by the way. Whether someone's planning it from behind the scenes or not, the universe works in synchronicity, which is why I'm working with the Fibonacci spiral right here. Now, the Trump situation happened this year, and people are automatically questioning the story. Notice how the human mind moves faster in its ability to question authority every time it experiences a plot twist. In the brain's Fibonacci sequence is a sort of grid. Notice how the numbers of the Fibonacci sequence get closer together through the spiraling pattern. Americans really want to be sovereign. People want to be able to walk through the details in the Fibonacci by themselves. So what I've learned in the study of repetition compulsion is when you truly live in the lesson that is underneath reality.
Maybe that's what those
So the center of this Fibonacci pattern could be
Yeah, because he snitched on everybody.
tragic events. It could also be
He snitched on everybody involved. Shit.
so it's up to
It's
humanity
like
to decide which
it's
direction.
as literally as simple as that.
It's okay if it doesn't. I used to be one too. It doesn't. And let me know if you think liberation and awakening walking towards a lot more way of suppression be better.
It just, it ain't better than shit. But let her slide, because it sounds so peaceful and shit, right? Don't let that shit slide.
Okay, this is for the
I was like, wait, what? Who put honey butter on this? What's that supposed to be?
That's a plane. That's a plane. The tower.
In the exact same spot. You switched up. You cannot think that's a coincidence. Yeah. In the exact same spot. You switched up. You cannot think that's a coincidence.
With the show?
Hmm?
What?
Yeah, I ain't playing no game.
Well,
Smokestack?
yeah, just watch the actual clip. You weren't even looking.
Exact same spot.
It's in the same spot as the previous frame. Do you not get it?
Exact same spot. You switched up. You cannot think that's a coincidence.
I'm not playing it back again.
I'm not getting the correlation.
It's the Twin Towers, and the next scene they show smokestacks right where the like you line up, you cut and frame everything for a reason as directed. So it's definitely intentional. You think that it wouldn't be intentional because it's a movie. I'm watching the show, but like somebody made that. Somebody you have to reserve whole parts of the street lit off.
I can't tell you who we are. We live. Oh, I gotta let that get closer. I'm a little far away from the screen, y'all.
So I don't trust anyone because if they find us, So,
Oh, there we go.
oh, we just don't.
There you go. Yeah. It's too risky. We got to be careful. Be careful. We don't trust anyone because if they find us,
I ain't never
we
watched that
just
show.
run that
Animorphs?
process.
I heard about it.
The thing you should know is that everyone is really in trouble. Yeah, even you. What? I get a bigger screen to put this up here too, so I can see this a lot better. But damn, you know anybody else just get chills? I know I read that on
Hello,
crazy,
this
but
is Morse Mutual
you see
Insurance.
it for yourself.
I can do
It's
that.
better on the screen after this video is like edited. The monster too. Who are the people that eat people? They're everywhere. The deans at your colleges, the owners of every corporation, they're in everything. People who distribute your food, they're on that guy's list. They were sending him pieces of the Kaaba. I said, these are not Muslims. The custodian of anything, custodian of Jahannam. These people doing these types of wickedness. And they want to tell you who's bad. First, eating people, tormenting people.
Hell no. They said, well, if you move to Dubai,
These files come
well, I guess you like it.
showing you
Nigga, she was not in the middle of a terrorist.
broadcasting to you
A
from
terrorist.
people who
It's
eat
bad
people.
that naturally we call it because it's unprovoked. In the middle of a war, bro. They said we ain't trying to pay for all that gas. Y'all gotta buy your ticket.
Hello. Believing what that one-eyed box tells you. Wake up.
Y'all are the ones that did it. How are you
You
not
calling for
paying
some
for
wheels?
people's
I'm
flights when they
Johnny on the
weren't
spot.
supposed to
I'll hook
leave?
you up.
People have jobs.
I'll bring it to you.
But people have jobs there.
Have been eating people.
COVID flights were a bailout for the airlines. Yeah, they did not have a choice.
Actors.
You don't have airline cover. You don't have half of your surveillance planes.
Is it for cannibal?
Most of the surveillance planes look like commercial planes. They got their tags and everything. They ain't letting them go anywhere.
They have given themselves to what you don't.
Yeah. I think I have to fly to like Kazakhstan. One of these analog, unaffiliated ass countries. Kazakhstan or like Uzbekistan. Anyone's closer to Eurasia. Anything except Asia. Because everywhere else, Europe, Greece, Japan, ain't no direct flight from Iran to Japan. And we got United States bases there. What type of... Ain't no way it's a direct flight from Iran to Japan. It's going to be a regional flight. And then you can take it to Japan. And then come back here. But your ass ain't flying west.
Which means it's easier to kill them. No one is. So importing children by the plane load. Again, children who have no documentation. It's not just child slavery or child sex abuse. Because you have adrenalized blood. You have the whole blood drinking ceremony, the satanic work. It's also the use of children's body organs. We'll have the Falun Gong testimony tomorrow. One of the reasons that the Falun Gong
Not everybody.
are so healthy.
You know some of these rich people getting out.
And get the therapies. And then you have ritual ceremonies and ritual murder, as well as incidental murder. I know this stuff. I've been a spy all over. I have created the Marine Corps Intelligence Command, trained intelligence agents and law enforcement representatives, over 8,000 of them from across 66 countries, they're all, with exception, good people trying to upend its system. One of the most wonderful things that this group achieved, now we've had Pizzagate, example, which opened people's mind, is we could achieve an opening of the public mind and an absolute imperative from the public to governments, including the U.S. government, which I think is the center of gravity in so many ways. I have found in my research and preparation for this court and all the work that will follow that most organizations that end up being used to prey on children, Oxfam is a recent example, the United Nations organizations, the Boy Scouts of America, all of the child services agencies across the United States of America, they did not start out as organizations to prey on children, but they attract pedophiles. And ultimately, pedophiles end up rising in the ranks and controlling those organizations. So that an organization that initially started out in the service of children becomes an organization that is, in fact, hunting children. One of our distinguished commissioners has written an absolutely wonderful book called Child Hunters, which I recommend to all of you as a brief on this. And it's my working assumption, but the working assumption yet to be proven that the totality of the children disappearing worldwide is toward 8 million people, toward 8 million children. In the United States of America, the acknowledged number, not counting the children being bred without birth certificates, not counting the children being imported without documentation, is between 600 and 800,000 a year. Now imagine Africa and East Asia and all these other locations. I personally believe that the number we want to try to document is rising well beyond the official figures, and we have yet to learn what the actual number is. Okay. The other working assumption is how long do these children survive within this system? What I am hearing from witnesses that I talk to is 2 years. It may be longer. It may be 4 years. It may be 6 years. But by and large, these children are so abused. I mean, we're talking rapes by the hour and so forth. They reach their expiration date within 2 years. And then they're murdered with impunity, or they're ritually murdered, if that's what they're
Irrefutable proof that there is human fetal tissue cells.
People think it's a joke.
Consuming glazed Gatorade, huge products. Check this out.
Settlements. Okay? Settlements is a transnational company that creates flavor enhancement for products like Pepsi,
So it's not hard.
Humans are born in you have cell lines and cells they put them in all your plates.
The senator's new bill is raising some eyebrows. Senator Ralph Shorty introduced legislation today that would ban the use of aborted human fetuses as food.
Why would they do it? Ritual. You're eating meat of any animal is ritual sacrifice. It keeps you in a low frequency. They want you in a low frequency. They want you eating babies. Why would they want that? With cows. Cow disease. Anxiety, sudden aggression, and isolation from the herd. Think of every human you know. Look at the internet. Isn't everybody extremely aggressive? Isn't everybody standoffish? Aren't people isolating themselves on their phones? This is all part of the thing. They want you eating aborted fetal tissue cells. They want the mad cow disease, but of humans. They want a mad human disease. They want you in a constant, perpetual state of low frequency, of being unable to connect with one another. we fall. They want you divided. That is the main thing. You need to start eating right. Whatever works for your life.
Oh, I ain't about that.
Because the system was created to meet you in the wrong.
That's too discriminatory.
Unable to connect the dots.
I get it. It's easy to think that way, but there can be advantages to that,
I
though.
need you to listen very carefully because I'm about to connect all the dots regarding why the U.S. is bombing Iran.
I think that's why some people are really good at math. They're hyper focused on what's right in front of them versus what's in their head. It's very objective because math cannot be partial in any way.
Coming to humanity this year and what this means for humanity going forward. And yes, it has everything to do with plasma intelligence. It has everything to do with the savior coming back to save us. And it has everything to do with consciousness expansion. I'm going to get into it right now. This is our final wake-up call right now, this moment in time. The bombs dropping precedes the new knowledge that will be arriving for humanity very shortly. It also precedes the arrival of the Savior and the Holy Grail. But it's not what you think. We are about to all find out collectively that we are the Savior that we have been waiting for. And actually, the Holy Grail is nothing more than our own DNA. It is the original humanity template.
It's two of them. Pacific Hatch.
They've been telling y'all this shit for years. And before she finishes, it's just, you gotta think about it. Keep telling y'all this. If, you know, like for your kids, you're gonna want the best for them. A lot of y'all don't understand who the hell you are. Because look, think about it. If Most High, say some God created us. Say some God birthed us, right? That means that we are what? Let me know in the comments down below. We are what, little ones? From the top of them. For parents to see their seed grow and be tormented by other beings. Don't you want your kid to fight back? But you want them to fight back. See, this thing in me, like, I would never let my parents see me get bullied, see me get beat up. Some of y'all want this some of y'all have this weak ass energy about yourselves, and we need to fix it because we need to tell each other the truth. We need to keep it real with each other. Stand your ass back up and fight back. That shit that they taught us in school, they taught us how to be docile. Pull up in the ball when somebody's attacking you and don't hit them back, or you gonna get suspended too. That shit is crazy. Defend yourselves. Everything. And that's what we need to do collectively. If you don't fight back, you're helping us be weak. If you don't speak up, you're helping us be weak. Collectively together, you're not pulling your weight. You're a coward. We need to call it out. That's cowardly behavior. We wait on nobody to come save us. We save ourselves. We save ourselves first. Then if somebody does want to come down here and save us, shit, we probably already wrapped it up. Earn their respect. At the same time, right? I'm not one of these people that want to walk around life and want people to do things.
Actually, I'm gonna do pink.
And get it myself. I've always been that way. That's how my DNA is. Y'all need to fix y'all DNA and rewrite the programming. Rewrite the programming. You control the matrix. You're not just a part of it. You control it. That's what you forgot. But let's get back into this, you know.
Unspoiled. Beings who came here and appeared with our DNA. Nadia. The beings that I myself am connected to. His master
Like 2 months?
when consciousness.
Or is this my 2 free months?
It's different. And they know this shit. So I'm doing agendas, right? The forces that want to kill you is leaving this bitch. They have nowhere to go. It's time for them to get off this shit. No matter what nation they in, it's that time. Y'all here to see the shit, right? Y'all love to see the shit. Y'all love to see the shit. So shift with it. Keep watching this shit. It's not nation against nation. It's not color.
You can drift in the auto shop now. That's what's up.
No way.
I'm telling you, they're getting ready for GTA 6.
Let me know how y'all feel about this video.
Wait, I need to try it with my own vehicles in there because I don't
Thing
know
that you need to say, because more than
I
likely,
guarantee
there's
it's only
somebody
with the
out
drift
there who
cars.
needs to hear
No, we just got
different perspective other than mine. I'm not the only important voice that needs to be heard. That's why I make these compilations. That's why I speak in between. That's because we all collectively have the bits and the pieces. Both bring together.
You think so? Okay, well, if it's a bug, I'm about to learn how to drift in here.
We stick together, stick together. We survive. You know what's coming next, and all we can do now is just make sure that we on the right side of this thing.
This shit slides. Hold on.
Eating right, keep meditating.
Alright, I'm trying to do a donut reverse figure eight around the poles.
So maybe level it this way. Let these people fool you. Look, man, I always say spread love because there's too much hate in this world.
Alright, let me get moving. Let me get moving. Let me get moving.
What is it? Special? But they gonna do me like this? It's a turtle, right? I mean, there we go. It's free. It's part of the money fronts.
Uh-huh.
What's the money fronts again? What businesses is that? So I can put it in that garage and not like be precise. GTA Online. Money fronts.
One of my favorite things to do is to buy weird devices and see if I can find vulnerabilities in them. You know, typically embedded devices tend to have the worst security, so it's kind of a fun exercise in bug hunting. What I'll show you today is the story of how I found several egregious vulnerabilities. And this device here on Temu, you know, it's kind of fun. Go on Temu, you know, $5 device, and you see what you can do. Now I want to highlight here that this one only was $30, and now it's only $5, 84%.
Let's put it in. Let's put it in mention. I need to get in the process of everything. Need to do some organization.
Apparently, threats from Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israelis is what led to the United States carrying out the first strikes against Iran. In fact, Marco Rubio says that there was absolutely an imminent threat, and it was that we knew that if Iran was attacked by Israel, we believed that they would be attacked. They would immediately come after us, and we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow. In other words, Israel was going to attack, and if they did that, Iran was going to attack the United States. So we decided to attack first. That was the rationale. If you think that's a good reason to attack a country, and if you think that Israel is somehow an ally to the United States, hopefully you are as far away from making decisions about foreign policy as humanly possible. Now, let's check in with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who wrote on X, quote, "We are in a campaign in which we are bringing the full might of the IDF as never before to this battle to ensure our existence and our future." Mind you, we're talking about a country that has a clandestine nuclear program and is not in any way threatened. Its existence is not threatened in any way. And he continues, "But we are also bringing to this campaign the support of the United States, my friend, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and the U.S. military. 6 of our soldiers have already died for Israel in this war." He continues, "This combination of forces enables us to do what I have longed to do for 40 years, to strike the terrorist regime hip and thigh. That is what I promised, and that is what we will do." Speaking of the Israeli government, by the way, today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio did make that statement that I read to you earlier. I wanted to read you what he said. Now I want you to watch what he said. Take a look.
Second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to it was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true because, in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile.
No.
That's right. Boring stuff, okay? My God. Where's the... What's the line? There's something to know about wow.
What miracle did you want me to perform? Should be running better than ever. If you're driving around Grove Street, you should be just fine.
goes forward. The U.S. Senate, the American people do not. Because we already give Israel over $3.8 billion a year in military aid. $21 billion since 2023. We provide the intelligence, we provide the diplomatic cover at the UN. We seemingly have our Secretary of State slipping, and it turns out Benjamin Netanyahu, a foreign leader, got to decide when American service members were put into harm's way. Not Congress, not the American people, just a guy who told the world that this was his 40-year dream. So I'm left hoping that more and more people realize America first for Trump. It was always a slogan, it was never a principle. And all the people that carry Trump's water for him here, that he switched up, and even people like Matt Walsh, far-right Matt Walsh, are calling out, going, did everyone have their brain chips taken out? We were all against this, but then Trump says, actually, we're not, and then you switch up? You understand, I'm also eyeing some Democrats here. Chuck Schumer, he slow-walked the War Powers Resolution before the strikes. His statement, he didn't even condemn this. A lot of Dem leadership, they're fine with this. They just want, if it goes the bad way, for Trump to take the blowback. And I also say Dem leadership because I don't want to make some false equivalency here. And I also want to note, individual Dems are speaking up. Gallego, Jacobs, Kane, Lieu, AOC, Tlaib, Kim, Van Hollen, Sanders. And also to credit some of the Republicans. Thomas Massey, he's standing with Ro Khanna on the War Powers resolutions. I got to give credit where it's earned. I'll close this by saying this. I try not to go on rants, but then when I go on them, I have a hard time stopping. No foreign leader can determine when Americans go to war. Okay, full stop. Not Netanyahu, not anyone. If this war needed to happen, make the case to Congress and the American people first. That is not a weakness. It appears that there was no imminent threat. That is how a democracy is supposed to work. The fact that they didn't, it tells you that they knew that their case wouldn't hold up. These now 3+ days of shifting justifications, it proves it. And then there's more we're going to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, the hardest part of launching something, it's usually not the idea, it's getting out of your own way. And think about it. If you've been waiting for the right time to launch a side hustle or business site, the time is now. I did it. Rest, no excuses. To take that first step today, Ryan Schwenk giving testimony to the Senate that laid this out in detail.
I'm here because I am bound to report the legally required training program at the ICE Academy is deficient, defective. For the last 5 months, I watched ICE dismantle the training program.
Jackpot tomorrow.
240 hours of vital classes from 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrest, proper detention, and the limits of officers' authority.
Schwenk also testified that supervisors gave him blatantly illegal orders and pressured him into following them.
I was instructed to read and return a memo in my supervisor's presence, which claimed ICE officers could enter homes without a judicial warrant. Incredibly, I was being shown this memo in secret by my supervisor, who made sure that I understood that disobedience could cost me my job.
Now, DHS, they denied the claim at the time, saying that no training hours have been cut, but then they immediately contradicted themselves by saying that training had been, quote, streamlined without sacrificing basic subject matter content. That didn't add up then, and it definitely doesn't add up now, because you have the Washington Post now obtaining previously unreported records that corroborate Schwenk's story. The Post finding that ICE removed about 240 hours of the basic training program, more than 40% of its instruction with us. Most of the cuts, they happened in August, right around when AG Pam Bondi directed law enforcement in D.C. to cooperate with immigration enforcement. So as ICE agents were being pumped into sanctuary cities, proper protocol was being pumped out of their training. The documents also show that ICE eliminated 3/4 of the hours dedicated to evaluating practical skills, including firearms handling. They cut all driving tests. They cut all 26 hours used to evaluate recruits' grasp with immigration enforcement and deportation operations. Like the entire block gone. By the start of this year, more than 900 ICE officers completed this truncated version of basic training, which, by the way, the agency claimed that the 2-week reduction was due to removing a Spanish language requirement, which was one problem. Spanish wasn't even one of the required basic training classes.
Hearing that you have an accent, I have reason to believe that you are not born of this. So you're not what country are you from?
And everything that we're talking about, right, it's not theoretical. The results of undertrained agents operating with less oversight, it's already showing up. It has to become a standard part of the ICE uniform. The agency's been involved in reckless driving that resulted in death. They've been involved with senselessly escalating confrontations and involved in numerous unlawful arrests. And all of this, it serves as a backdrop for why Noem was finally questioned by Congress today. That was the first time that she's actually appeared since the killings of Alex Brady was being good by ICE agents. In this hearing, it also came as DHS has been operating under a funding lapse since February 14th, with both parties battling over how to reform the administration's immigration operation.
Senate Democrats who've chosen not to fund the department and have held this department hostage. As a result, critical national security missions, including border security, immigration enforcement, aviation security, disaster response, cybersecurity, and the protection of critical infrastructure, are all being strained.
Now, you had Senator Grassley opening up by praising Nome and the Trump administration while slamming what he called Biden's open border policy. He also said that transparency brings accountability to government, which is also worth noting because Nome's strategy for the rest of the hearing was essentially the opposite of transparency. On immigration, the hearing leaned heavily into fear-mongering rather than addressing Democratic proposals on funding.
Who's this guy?
He's the man that conducted the horrific act down in Austin.
Okay, what country did he come from?
I think Senegal.
Okay, and he was killed in Austin, Texas, right?
He was.
And the shirt said what?
Property of all.
Pretty Vala. And when you went to his house, you found a what kind of flag?
Memphis OG, the legend.
A radiant flag.
It's
People are like that here, waiting to pounce.
On ICE conduct, you had Senator Amy Klobuchar pressing Nome on agents dragging elderly people out of their homes in freezing weather and nothing but their underwear, though Nome really didn't offer much. Then on the killing of Alice Freddie, Nome denied calling him a domestic terrorist, claiming she only classified his actions as domestic terrorism.
When you perpetuate violence against a government because of ideological reasons and for reasons to resist and perpetuate violence, that is the definition of domestic terrorism. This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism.
Yeah, so the distinction there is thin enough to see through. And then on whether ICE could show up at polling places in November, she wouldn't rule it out.
Will you rule out the deployment of ICE or CBP to polling places this November?
There are no plans to have ICE officers at our polling locations.
I'm glad to
Do you-
hear that, but would you rule it out? Would you say it will not happen?
Do you plan on illegal aliens voting in our elections?
Which, for the record, even though I sound like a broken record, evidence of undocumented immigrants voting, it remains virtually ignored. Then, on Schweig's testimony about the training cuts, you had Nome brushing it off, saying that she didn't know how he could speak on ICE training used to work, and this individual was only detailed there for a short period of time. And in the broader pattern of complaints against ICE, she blamed mischaracterizations and the demonization of their, quote, heroic work. So ultimately, for now, it seems like we're going to have more and more agents who are undertrained, operating in communities across the country wearing masks and carrying out arrests. When the person running their department was questioned about all of this, under oath, she deflected on the training, refused to rule out agents at polling places, split hairs over calling a man her agents killed a terrorist, and most of her time blaming the previous administration. In my opinion, an unserious person doing serious and dangerous shit. Well, obviously, we're gonna have to keep eyes on Nome and just the whole situation with DHS from here. We should also then talk about another hearing, because we just got the footage from both Hillary and Bill Clinton's Epstein depositions, and now we can finally check the spin against the tape. The Republicans said Bill Clinton exonerated Trump, Democrats said that he raised new questions, and turns out both sides appear to be kind of stretching. In the Hillary-Nancy Mace exchange that was described as unhinged screaming, you can watch it for yourself now, and let's break it all down. Because as we talked about yesterday, the Clintons wanted their hearings broadcast live, just like Nome's congressional hearings. They were denied, and so the depositions happened behind closed doors, which gave every representative in the room time to walk out and craft their version of events before anyone could actually see the footage. And that is exactly what you saw happen, especially around what Bill said about Trump. Or when he was asked whether Trump should answer questions before the committee, he said,
It's for you to decide, but he did know him well, and I always had a good discussion with him. But
and then when the session was about to move on, Bill added,
never said anything to me to make me think he was involved in anything involved.
Also,
conversation where Trump approached him on a golf course, apparently aware that Clinton had flown on Epstein's plane.
He said, we had some great times together over the years, but we fell out, all because of our real estate deal. And he said, I'm sorry, that's all.
And that's notable for a couple of reasons. You know, it doesn't exonerate Trump the way Republicans claim, but it also doesn't implicate him the way the Democrats suggested. So what it does do is contradict Trump's own prior claims that he cut with Epstein because he was, according to Bill Clinton, calling out as being over a real estate deal, and he expressed regret about it. And then as far as Hillary, she was more direct, right? She said that Trump should absolutely be deposed.
Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for sexual assault by a jury of his peers. That is behavior. That fits a pattern if one were looking for a pattern.
And then, you know, with all this, a lot of the headlines about Hillary, they center on the interaction with Nancy Mace, because last week you had Mace claim that she
Also,
screwed Hillary up so badly that she became, quote, unhinged and combative. Well, now that we have the video, you know, looking at it, there were definitely moments where Hillary was clearly frustrated with being prodded after repeatedly saying she had no information. But then things really escalated when Mace brought up Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick.
How do you know Howard Lutnick? I know Howard Lutnick because when I was senator, On 9/11, the firm he headed, Cantor Fitzgerald, suffered the greatest loss of life. As I recall, something like 650 of his employees were murdered by terrorists that day. Howard Lutnick missed being a victim because he was delayed dropping his child. You asked the question. I'm going to answer your question. This was what I spent my time doing. I spent time to look out for other survivors, and I was taking care of the people who lost their lives. And now you're being client center today. You asked me. I'm testing survivors. I'm a survivor myself. You have emails. You denied that Jeffrey Epstein, that you tried to get Jeffrey Epstein to give money to you. I emailed to Epstein's people and Epstein to get him to come to your intimate event at Cantor Fitzgerald, very small event. And so I'm not going to talk. If you want to yell at me, that's fine, but I'll yell right back. I am very sympathetic to your personal situation. I very much sympathize with not only what you went through, but appreciate your effort to stand up for survivors. I was a senator representing the people who were murdered on 9/11. Nobody lost more people than Howard Lutnick.
So whether it be those clips, whether you
Bro, what?
to it, was it the unhinged screaming that Mace described? You can judge for yourself, and online, we're definitely seeing the reaction splitting exactly how you'd expect.
Don't even gotta say all that, bro.
People on the left thinking that Mace embarrassed herself by interrupting Hillary while she was talking about 9/11 to focus on a single email about the event. And then also you had the deposition hitting a wall when Representative Lauren Boebert shared a photo from inside the closed-door hearing with conservative media personality Benny Johnson, who then posted it online.
Excuse me, can I interrupt? Are there photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room? Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules? Particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing, if there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that's done with this? If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior. For heaven's sake. Or the hearing was. It doesn't matter. We all were fighting by the same rules. Yeah. I'd like to take a break at this moment. Yeah. I'd like to have
The deposition meant pausing, but eventually restarted. For the bulk of her deposition, you had Hillary maintain.
See me wearing the Super Armor 3000 lady suits. Her suits be strong as.
believe
They're both stuck.
once. You gave money
Stuck how?
funding committee that I did not have knowledge.
Did you remelt it with your breath? Nigga, I'm gonna have to cut the. Excuse me. Cut this with a knife.
Relationship was cordial. The limit, claiming that they met through his Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, and Epstein wanted to discuss economics, and in exchange, Lynn
Here's one. Give me another one.
We're friendly, but I didn't know. Okay, sure. I don't believe we ever talked about it.
He also said that he was also
we know what you did, Bill.
there.
Yes, you did. Can you believe this man say he has no idea who Jeffrey Epstein is?
So I felt for 5 minutes, I did whatever it was, and I got what to do.
No, you didn't.
Sexual activity
No.
Thank you. You know, a big thing.
He looked down and away. Yes, you did.
Long. So really, we're kind of just talking about some of the highlights. But here's where we stand. Bill's comments about Trump, they don't exonerate him and they don't implicate him. That said, they did contradict Trump's own story about why he and Epstein stopped talking. And then as far as Hillary, she maintained that she has no relevant information. Spent much of her time asking why she was there instead of people with actual documented connections, or whether it be Trump or Lutnick. Again, the footage is out now. You can watch it. You can form your own conclusion. You know, for me, in the meantime, I'm kind of just kind of two thoughts. One, I'm just still wondering, does any of this actually get us closer to actual accountability for fucking anyone? Feels like if anything, especially the Hillary deposition, like this is like being used as a political weapon. There's been so much sketchiness and weirdness about like files being removed, what's redacted, unredacted, the reasoning. But then also secondarily, it made me look at Hillary Clinton and go, oh man, had kind of a did you watch the movie Interstellar with Matthew McConaughey? Spoiler alert, but also the movie came out in 2014, so I don't know why I have to say spoiler alert. There's that scene where he's in that place where he's looking back at himself years before he went on his missions, pounding on the wall, trying to scream at himself, don't go. I have that around the 2016 election. Wanted to shout at myself, the polls are wrong. She doesn't have it in the bags. Spend less time saying it's cringe. She said people need to Pokemon Go to the polls and maybe get people to Pokemon Go to the polls herself. She's pretty much right about all the things Trump is trying to do. Don't treat this like a piece of entertainment. It's actually one of the most powerful elections in your lifetime. The theater team did a big job.
Girl, get out the street.
Do laps around.
Who is you talking to? Just be saying anything. She thinks she a rapper, bro.
Sledgehammer and have no plan what comes next, which seems to be what we're doing. My friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Tuesday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news is going to end. Thank you as always for being a part of these daily dives into the news, being a part of this community. Also, if you're new here, definitely subscribe. We got these daily dives into the news. Of course, remember.
Oh my gosh. If she became president, shit would not be funny anymore. It'll just be 4 years of nonstop mom jokes. Oh, I'm too old. When I go to bed, I go for it night-night. Like what? Just saying anything. I got hot sauce in my purse. Look at that ass. What? Nobody asked you. That was unprovoked.
United States and Israel start to attack Iran.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this answer. I got do the shortcut. Let me get my pressure out.
I promise you that after this war is done, the world will never be the same again. So what we will do these next few weeks is use game theory, understand the geopolitical situation. And so I'm going to teach you the ideas, the theory, the techniques to understand the world around you and make predictions. And we can know this is correct.
I'm gonna get like here.
So we can test it against reality. So let's go over some basic facts about what's happening so far. So in the early morning of Saturday, in Tehran, Israelis and Americans launched a decapitation strike against the opponent, Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of Iran. Arguments and disputes about as to what happened. The Americans and Israelis said that they had real intelligence about where the leader was, and so they sent airplanes to disarm the crowd at the place. They also had a spy who was able to record the body of the dead Ayatollah, and this was announced. Denied this. Eventually, state media admitted that he did die in the airstrike. But then what they also said is he's 86 years old and he to die. Instead, he chose to stay for his people. He died along many of his relatives, his grandchildren. So the entire many family died in this assault. Also, there's been reporting that prostate cancer. So he's just gonna die pretty soon as well. So what you need to understand is war games. Even though the Americans and Israelis claim great success in decapitating the leadership of the Iranians, from an Iranian perspective, this is a martyrdom. So the religion of the Iranians is called Shia. This is different from Sunni Muslims. So Sunnis are the majority. They're about 90% of all Muslims in the world. Shia have always been a minority. Persecuted. So with the Shia faith, the core value, core staff went together and give some purpose and meaning in life. Galvanizes them into action. So it is martyrdom, which forces jihad. sacrifice yourself for your religion, sacrifice yourself for the common good. So think of the death of Khamenei as a sacrifice, a self-sacrifice, in order to motivate Iranians in this war. So that's the first thing you need to understand. For the Iranians, this is not a geopolitical war. This is not an economic war. This is not a war of resistance. This is a jihad. It's a war against the great Satan to avenge the leader. They will fight to the death. That's number one. Number two is this. Also that morning, when the Ayatollah was killed, it's really struck a school south of Tehran, killing about 150 school children. These are girls in primary school. Again, there's lots of debate as to what happened. It's really said that, first of all, the school was next to a military base. We were talking military base. And second of all, it wasn't us which struck the school. It was an air defense missile that went off course. The Iranians insisted no. The Israelis purposefully attacked the school to kill the school children.
Yeah.
And then you're like, why would the Israelis do that? But then these few years, we've seen what they've done in Gaza, in Palestine, and the Palestinians. It's pretty consistent what the Israelis have been doing. So this action against the Israelis is meant to show to themselves and the world that we are now all in. We made sacrifice. We are now committed to this war, to winning this war.
Thanks.
And this action is also provoked the Iranian people to resist with a full might. So I want you to keep this in mind. And again, we don't have complete evidence that it's the Israelis who did this. Given past actions from the Israelis, this is very consistent with done. Okay? So we can assume that this is something the Israelis did. Why they did this, what the purpose is something we will discuss as we move on. Okay, it's very complicated. Next, I want to show you this. This is Dubai. In Dubai, it's considered one of the wealthiest, safest cities in the world. Of Westerners who move to Dubai because it's clean, you don't pay any taxes, you make a lot of money, you get a great restaurant. So this is really
You don't say that though.
it's one of the goals.
Big bag, big bag.
They do got better American food.
Countries.
They got Texas Roadhouse.
A really good deal because they were under the protection of the American military, so they didn't have to pay for defense. They were in the Middle East, which is the oil-producing center of the world. So they focus on aviation, they focus on logistics, they focus on finance, on tourism. And they're extremely wealthy, right? I'm not sure if you're thinking Emirates, one of the best airlines in the world. So they're is the business in the world. Dubai, for the longest time, was flourishing under American protection. And Dubai said to the world, listen, we're like Switzerland. We're neutral. We don't want any involvement in any wars. We're here just to take care of our citizens, to make sure everyone's a good time, to make money. And then right after the war started, the GCC, Dubai, would that be?
Okay, we got there in the end, and the journey's what counts, right? This has been like work experience or something. Sorry for the fuck up, compadre.
At one point, the rich people in Dubai were willing to pay $350,000 US just to get on a plane and get out of there. So, the reality is this. For the longest time, Dubai had a reputation for being safe. That's why people moved their money there. It's like, guys, so what the Iranians did is that Dubai as a city, in the long term, it is dead. If you're a wealthy Westerner, you're not going to move to a place where it can be attacked anytime by the Iranians. You move to Singapore, you move to Hong Kong, Japan. You're not moving to Dubai. So the big question for us is, why do the Iranians do this? Well, see, it's really the Americans were attacked you. Why go after the GCC? They're escalating the attacks against the GCC. This is something that we will look at very closely today. Well, the short answer is because these places, even though they pretend to be neutral, they house the American military. They allow the Israelis and Americans to use their airspace to attack Bahrain from. All right? So this is Bahrain. Bahrain is interesting, okay? Because I want you guys to remember this. Bahrain will probably be one of the major centers of this conflict. Because, first of all, this is the
Day of. How you feeling? Functional? Good. Get the vehicle you stole and head to Zancudo.
With missiles. It's being blown up. Bahrain is interesting because it has about 50% or even more, I Shia, which is the religion of the Iranians. But the people in charge are the Sunnis. And so, what makes this strike really important from our perspective is, first of all, not only are the Iranians attacking U.S. military assets, not only are they destroying the economies of the GCC, they're also trying to ignite a religious war, right? Because you're Shia, you're loyal to the Ayatollah. Instead, you must, as a religious obligation, now commit jihad against your enemies. It's no different than religions.
What was your country's Navy training like?
Catholics will be really angry at you. They want to kill you, right?
Gunship. It's gonna be tense. Just be painted. Evidence. Exactly. Nice.
GCC area, including Saudi Arabia, to eventually collapse. Okay? This is something we'll use in theory to understand. Let's continue. So, we will know how this war develops just based on geography, okay? So this is a map. This is a map. Even if you don't really know the war, even if you don't know the participants, know the weaponry, this map will tell you exactly how this war will progress. So some certain things to be about this map. This is what we call this area. Really small. It's 33 kilometers wide. Okay? You can swim across it. It's really, really narrow. Small area. It's called the Strait of Hormuz. Right? It's important because it's really the center. This one area is the nexus, the pivot of the world. I'll explain why. First of all, from the GCC, you have 20% of all the oil flowing through this narrow strait. Where does it go, guys? It goes to Asia, India, Pakistan, South Korea, China, Japan. India depends on 60% of its oil from this area. It depends on 40%. Japan, 60%. Mr. Takeichi of Japan has said that, listen, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, we'll run out of oil in about 8-9 months. The entire Japanese economy would collapse in 8-9 months.
Damn.
War to close. And guess what? They were just close to Strait of Hormuz. Okay? So we can expect that the entire global economy will suffer greatly over the next few months.
Oh, hell no.
Two is, okay, so the GCC sends oil across the Strait of Hormuz. In return, so people don't appreciate the GCC. It is really the linchpin of the American Empire. Because what is the American Empire? The American Empire is the actual dollar. Okay, that's what all this is. This dollar is worth nothing. It's only valuable if people want it. But the GCC says that if you want oil from us, you have to pay us in US dollars. Okay? And that is the basis of the value of the US dollar. So, if the GCC collapses, the American economy and the American empire all collapse at the same time. The problem is the GCC is an artificial construct of empire. It does not exist naturally. Why? Because there's no food, there's no light, no
Remember, the key is confidence. Most of the guards at Fort Z don't even know why they're there. Show confidence, and they'll defer to you.
Flowing in. If you close off the Strait of Hormuz, there's no food coming in. How much food does the GCC get from overseas? 80%. 80% of all the food it consumes comes from overseas. That is import. Grow by itself, it imports. So the Strait of Hormuz is really key. And again, the Iranians will use it in order to strangle the global economy and therefore the American economy. Second thing you will notice is these mountains. These mountains is what we call Iran. All right, this is Iran. This is GCC. These are the mountains.
All right, follow me. Get through there, access the elevator, and head to the hangar.
Speaking McFarland's junkie.
I broke a lieutenant's nose in that hallway one time.
What? Me? Different topic.
Oh my gosh, bro. It's about to be. You're about to see so much weird weapons technology. It's about to get so strange. They're gonna have to pull out everything. Like everything they have. Everything they have. They don't have a choice. Because you know the Trump doesn't see half of me. He's like, oh yeah, we can do it. We can do it.
We're tapped into their surveillance.
Yeah, why not? This is
We
good
have eyes on
distraction.
you,
We're
and
just
we're
gonna
looking
win.
for the scarab with the DEW
No,
too.
bro.
Stay calm. Don't get seen.
You must be quiet. Like
It's
any
cheap.
heavily automated announcement.
Skunkworks is not cheap.
What's most important is water. You know this, but the GCC has little access to fresh water. So the only way that they can produce water is what we call desalination plants. Okay, these factories that take salt water and then throw it like
Oh my gosh, yeah. Remember they were talking about it's gonna be water wars
60%
in like 2030? This is what they were talking about.
from desalination plants. Okay, 60%. Is it hard?
It's not because it's plants gonna drive it, because we're gonna bomb the salination plants. The desalination plants. Oh my gosh.
Iran is a mountain fortress where it can hide its capacity. The GCC it's just this desert, this flat desert, and it is exposed to attack, and there's nothing you can do about it. So at any point in this war, the Iranians can choose to just destroy the
Yeah, so we're trying to lock down now. After any security, shoot through any resistance.
Shit clean. Until we have that.
Just focus on finding that scarab.
Also has a water problem. It's not a drought issue.
Step outside.
The Israelis, Americans, is destroy the water problem of the Iranians. Because the fortress, this mountain fortress, also be a mountain prison as well. Inside, no access to water. So what we see right now, what we see civilian infrastructure, hospitals. You'll see attacks on supply, on dams, on reservoirs. The idea is to make Iran so inhabitable, people will want to rebel against the people in Iran. So as you can see,
We need to pull back!
This war is the end of the world. Okay? Both sides destroy each other. It's really a question of how far do they want to go? Right? We can also say this is almost a game of chicken. We can both how far they want to go. Problem is this. The problem is that the Iranians are here.
Let's go, motherfucker!
And you kill the religious leader, Khamenei. So they're willing to go.
Stupid fuckhead!
GCC countries are Muslim, but they're materialistic. They love money. And also, most of the population are strangers, foreigners. 90% of people are foreigners. That's what's going to happen if they struggle away. So this is not a fair.
You're wide open!
The big question that is,
reloading!
Going to use
stupid fuck.
It's the only way that you can defeat Iraq is by using ground troops. It's a big question we'll look at in the next few weeks.
There's the Scarab. He will override it and give you full control.
Soldiers to topple. Question number one. Question number two. If you're losing a war, would you choose to use nuclear weapons? Okay? So big question we have. The big question that we have is involved. Because the situation is so different in Europe, okay?
Scarab has a DEW you can use to emit a kinetic pulse. Way to make the army keep their distance.
And guess what? If that happens, it is possible that Russia and China.
Yeah, Russia ain't going for that. They can't. That's who they get their drones from for Ukraine. They forget that. That's where how Russia's been keeping this Ukraine war going. Was with these drones from Iran. They cannot lose Iran. China cannot supply it alone because they got to deal with Taiwan.
How do you do it?
They're lucky China even has somewhat of an economy. They're still not even like a tenth of the U.S. economy. They can't keep up. They ain't about to be giving all their drones to Russia. And they can't give them all to Iran.
I cannot deny any of those.
From basically their own people, okay? These are monarchies that were imposed on these nations by the Anglo-American Empire, the British first, and the Americans came to support these monarchies. So they provide this. But they realize, what happened here? I mean, didn't you say that these American bases can actually defend these people that are exposed? And the answer is yes, that's true. The military was built during the Cold War. The Cold War was a war between the Soviet Union and America. And so the Cold War was defined as something called mutually assured destruction. Before nuclear weapons, okay? So they didn't really go to war against each other. And so in other words, these bases aren't really meant these nations from other enemies. They're really meant to impose American authority in the Middle East. It's the idea of this. It's the idea that empire is really image. It is a hallucination. This is an idea. Empire is an form of invisibility and invisibility, okay? You're scared, but it's not really designed to fight a war, okay? And so that's why we have this absurd situation. Because there's so many bases that you see, that gives the Iranians the perfect pretext to attack them. It will destroy the GCC economy, which will destroy the American empire. So this is how the war is shaping out, okay? So the red is the Israelis and the Americans, the yellow are the Iranians. So you can see the Iranians are doing everywhere. Primarily Israel, okay? So as you can see, a lot of focus on Bahrain. Again, the intention is to destabilize the economy and the government. It's to try to as much instability as possible. Okay. So you can see the Americans in this release are focused on Iran. And so the Americans in this release use something we call the very idea of shock and awe is you decapitate the enemy. You cut off the head. The problem, though, is again, the Iranians see this as a religious war. So the Iranians are total war. So what this means is that right now command and control in Iran is decentralized. There's no one
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter.
has its own strategy. And so they knock out so if you take off the head, it doesn't change anything.
Doesn't change anything. Wasting your time if you're doing little to nothing. You can't just do a little bit.
Design your military for a purpose.
Look, we're laser focused. We're laser focused. Yeah, laser focused doing 3 things. You were not ready. It was over them Epstein files.
Fortunately, because of military doctrine, the great irony of all this is that the Iranians would be more supportive of you, of regime change, actually in the cities. If they're educated, progressive, the people who are most against you will fight you to the death. Religious Shia militants living in the rural areas. So it's a really silly thing where you are actually destroying those who most likely support you, and you're leaving alone those who are most likely to commit jihad against you. Right? So far, guys. Right. So another idea that I want you guys to understand is the idea of asymmetry. Asymmetry. All right. So what is asymmetry? Asymmetry means that the two sides are choosing to fight different wars using different techniques because one is much stronger than the other. Okay. It's a great empire. It has unlimited resources. It has the USD. It controls the world. Right. It's a country that has been under sanctions for the past 45 years. It's poor. Its technology is very limited. Okay. But as we learn in this class, actually, those nations that are poor actually have more energy. They're more open. They're more cohesive. Right, so let me give an example. This is what we call the Shah drones. Shah drones. Each of these drones costs $50,000. It can go as cheap as $35,000 US. You can see you can fit a lot of these drones to a truck. They can go anywhere in Iraq. And they can hide anywhere. So the thing to understand is, first of all, these drones are cheap, they're easy to make, they can work in a day. So there's 80,000 right now that the Iranians have. So they can go on for a long, long time. Okay, and one of these drones, again, this desalination plant, they can knock an oil field, they can knock a hotel, they can do a lot of damage. It's easily transportable. You can hide it anywhere. You can use it from anywhere. Okay? What the Iranians are using as an offensive weapon. How do the Americans defend against this? They use something called a FAB. Guys, this is what they use. It stands for Thermal Attitude Air Defense. And they also have Patriot systems. There's a lot. The thing that you need to know about the system is it's really expensive. This missile, guys, $1 million. $1 million. So this $50,000 drone coming your way, and you throw a $1 million missile at it. These missiles miss, you have to throw 2 or 3 missiles at it. Okay. So you're spending $2 to $3 million on each $50,000 that they're going to spend. Second thing you'll notice is that this thing is really big, really slow, and therefore you can't really move it around. Therefore, it's pretty easy for the Iranians to spot where this is and attack it. And when these things blow up, that's a lot of money, guys. Okay? Then you're like, but this makes no sense. You know the Iranians have drones. They've had drones for like 10 years. You've also seen drones used in the Russia-Ukraine war to devastating effect. Why don't the Americans know this? Why do they prepare? Okay, and again, it has to do with military doctrine. Because military doctrine determines how you fight a war. It determines on your bureaucracy, and it determines how you spend your resources. Okay. Unfortunately, the Americans are used to fighting something called the Cold War. In the Cold War, you can actually fight the war. You can actually use kill each other because then you can use nuclear weapons. The Cold War was about flexing. Flexing. You see how powerful I am? That's all it was. These weapon systems are designed to scare the crap out of you. They're designed to impress you. And as a result, they cost a lot of money, they don't do anything. Right? So that's the entire American military. It costs a lot, and it doesn't really do anything. It's not resilient. It's not innovative. It's not open. Right? Also, the other thing I have to say this, okay, is if you look at the American military, it's corrupt. So this is really about corruption. So the Americans don't really care about winning a war. What they care about is spending as much money as possible because then they get a cut. That makes sense. Right? And that's why the American situation as they are. Let's continue. So something that people don't really talk about, but you need to understand, is the water issue in the GCC, in the Middle East, in Iraq. Right? So this is a map of the world. You are Lake Blue, Brazil, Canada. You don't worry about because you have a lot of water, a lot of fresh water, very little population. All right? So 100% just means 100% water stress just means that you drink as much water as the environment produces. So you want to be below 100% to be sustainable. Ideally, you want to be at 10%. If it goes above 100%, it means that you are drinking more water, using more water than the environment actually produces. And so you're putting stress on the environment. So 20% is really bad. Right? You're using twice as much water as the environment produces. Guess what, guys? Look at the Middle East. Okay? Egypt. 6,420%. Saudi Arabia. 183%.
Damn.
All right. Almost 4%. Dubai. 17%. So water is a huge issue. Again, it doesn't matter if Iran kills American soldiers, destroys American military. It doesn't have to do that. All it has to do is destroy the desalination plants, and then the GCC is destroyed, okay? But it's also true that Iran has water issues. 72% is pretty bad. So even though the Iranians could destroy the GCC much faster than the Americans could destroy Iran, Iran's still in trouble.
Great, I'm gonna help you sell some of this stuff I know nothing about to someone I've never heard of in a transaction I will swear until my death never took place. Address should be with you now. Thankfully, it's just one drop.
geopolitical tensions will arise in the future over water. India is also affected as well. All right. So, let's look, guys. This is called Lake Urmia in northern Iran. It's the sixth largest saltwater lake in the world, or it used to be. And this is what it was in 1984. This is the shallow, this is the deep, okay? See that? It's really big, right? 20 years later, guys, this is what it looks like. There's no water here. You can walk from here over to there, okay? Some water over here, but it's shallow now. That's how serious the water issue is in Iran. And that's the weak point the Americans and Israelis want. They want to make sure that there's no access to fresh water, which will cause devastation in their nation. Okay, that's strategy number one. Strategy number two is this. This is different ethnic minorities and in Iran. As you can see, it's a very diverse place. In the center, Persians, but you also have 10 other groups as well. And in the borderlands, it's basically a different country, right? I mean, these are basically different countries. And so these places have almost
I forgot about those.
with their neighbors with Iran. So the second weakness of Iran, the first is water, the second is the ethnic makeup of the country. So the strategy of the Americans and Israelis moving forward is to destroy Iran, the coherent nation state, divide it into ethnic enclaves, and take water. That's the grand plan of the Israelis and the Americans. Okay. All right. This is the vision where Persia is limited, and then all these other places are sponsored by the Americans and the Israelis. They're giving money, they're giving weapons, they're giving political support, and then this war waged over water for this is to destroy Iran and make sure Iran is no longer a viable threat to you. It's the plan of the Americans. So as you can see, it's a pretty evil plan. That's why they have not announced it. Because if you announce it, you're like, why are you doing this? What the Persians, what did the Iranians ever do to you to warrant you coming and destroying their civilization? The answer is nothing. So the
We're done. Sorry about that.
But if you look at the
They said if you any
this is the optimal future strategy for the
That's funny.
This is a long term place. All moving towards this plan. But the question then is, how can they respond to this? And the answer is, this is the Muslim world. Okay? So the light green are the Sunni people, okay? 97% of the entire Muslim population, about 2 billion people, okay? In dark green, the Shia. So as you can see, the main place of the Shia is Iran.
They got troops everywhere over there.
Nations in the world. But you can also see from this map that Shia are spread throughout the world. And so the first thing the Iranians want to do is create a jihad to unite all the Shia against the American Empire. And so what they want to do is create an uprising. Guys, the Shia in Pakistan stormed their embassy in Pakistan. The Americans killed a lot of people. The Shia, the American embassy, the embassy being attacked in a lot of places. So the first strategy is to create a international global jihad of the Shia against the American Empire. It's already happening. It will continue for a long time because the Americans have killed Khamenei. Requires vengeance. The other thing, though, is that they can unify the world. If you look at this map, most of the Western world is actually run a dictatorships that are popular. They're allowed nations to run empire, right? You go to South Africa, Syria, these places, they're all run by clients of their empire. So if you rally the people who hate their governments and you control them, that makes Iran leader of the Islamic world. That's the Shia world, the Islamic world. This creates something called is the end goal, guys. Okay? You do that, then you don't have to worry about the Americans and the Israelis anymore. Okay? So the Israeli game plan, the American game plan, so sure, Iran, dude, and
What are you talking about?
no, the Iranians to create a religious war crusade, unify the Shia people who were there's something called a Pakistan. So, again, the key is the GCC. So the game plan is this: you have to destroy the GCC. Why? Because the GCC is the linchpin of the American empire. So what the GCC does is it sells oil for US dollars. Where does it put US dollars? It puts US dollars into the American stock market. Right? So this is investments of the UAE, okay, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait to the US financial market. As you can see, from 2012 up to today, it's been exploding. Okay. The US financial market is one of the safest places where you can put your money.
Hello? Yes? You.
The intention is oil. These countries no longer have access to US dollars. They're forced to spend whatever resources they have on protecting themselves, okay? And then what happens? It collapses. So it collapses. So it is the real growth engine of the US economy. The entire US economy collapses with it. Maybe 7 companies in America that accounts for about a quarter market. Okay. 7 countries, these 7 companies, of course, are all companies. NVIDIA, Microsoft. Okay, these are the companies. These companies are heavily invested in by the GCC nations. So if these nations are not able to invest, okay, these companies will collapse in value. That would lead to economic depression in America. Does that make sense? Okay, so that is the situation for today. Today, let's just an overview, guys. Okay, we covered a lot. I know there's a lot to take in. Over the next few weeks, we will explore each issue in depth and really understand what's really going on, okay? So any questions, guys? Questions about what we've just learned?
Yeah, bye.
If other countries such as Italy, France, China, or Russia, they have
That's not really a question, is it?
also joined
What
this
are you doing?
Austin.
You just ad-libbing.
sources.
No, he said any questions, and I said I'll leave it alone.
All our operators.
Good to see you, Bob. Yeah, why bother with anything else? Mark, set, go. I think you got it.
What?
Who do you think you want to be today?
Son, the hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
One. I will protect my sister at any cost. Woe to those who stand in my way.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. You guys are the coolest. I always thought so. Now let's kick some butt, shall we? Yourself. Being able to understand animals? I wish I could do that.
A mystic shield. Splendid.
Really.
Does anybody like Doom? He's such an ego.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Please,
Just what I needed.
Go.
This should cure my ails.
Open. What are you waiting?
I feel renewed.
it's the world.
My soul is not worth the play.
Only 60 seconds left. Wait. Yes.
Just.
Vengeance shall be mine.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Angels always rise again. Angels always rise again.
You know what to do, spiders?
Control.
Winston, only 60 seconds left.
Heaven is on my side.
Tandy and Tyrone here to help. Let's go, Jim. You'll have to keep fighting until we have to win. Time for some fireworks. Now might be a good time to stop down there.
You will not stop me so easily. Perhaps you should see this.
That is how that vehicle.
They don't look friendly.
No rest from the
Just
inside.
30 seconds. The current score is 0 2, 2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
Round 2.
As usual, I will do all of the hard work while my father slumbers.
Before you attack, get ready. Oh my. Oh, you are the cutest shark ever. Little feet. I know, sharks aren't supposed to have feet. And no, you can't eat Tippy. She's my best friend. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Missionary, got it?
What have you mortals gone and done this time? Master Nelson, your sister will let no harm befall you.
I'll shot. Get up this way. Hi, Dr. Jones.
Appreciate the boost.
Andy needs help.
That's good as new.
From the eternal struggles. I just what's needed.
Back in the clock now, shit, go on.
Vengeance. Tippy.
What touch of feeling? Much better.
Appreciate the boost.
From the eternal territory.
can take them. Feels good.
Bitch.
So cold. Right. Coffee is not equal to its imagination. Invisible? Guys. Invisible to play. Only 60 seconds left. Be better. Final score 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect to be them all. Who do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging. I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect. I will protect my sister at any cost. Woe to those who stand in my way.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay, you're Asgardian. So what? Even I once wielded Heimdall's sword.
And after holding that limitless power, you still remain unimpressed.
Anyone can swing a blade. What I do takes skill and finesse.
Leave it to a mortal to gain
The
cosmic
battle starts in 5,
Will be as
4,
blind as ever.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Death, decay, and darkness. No wonder Hela loves it here.
We have visitors from the deep.
Look out! It looks like you. How are you?
Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff. Oh, nice, much better.
From the eternal struggles.
Splendid. Hi.
Nelsa should be proud of her sister, Angela.
Here you go. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Don't allow them to seize control of this place.
Still,
I feel you. I am such a selfish. How was great.
And sometimes.
Heaven is on my guide.
Despite my name, I am no angel, as our foes will soon learn.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Minions of the deep, heed your king's command.
Yeah! Show this guy some respect. He's Marvel's first official superhero. He beat the other fish guy by, like, 2 years.
I have no idea what you're blathering about, cretin.
Most of the time.
The battle starts in 5,
To be fair,
4,
been shot in the head.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
If I could bring law and order to the 8th city, I can do that too.
You know what to do. And sometimes. You next time.
We will celebrate when the war is won. Down yonder, accuracy percentage. Any help?
I'll get you next time.
It's not yours to play.
You've captured the mission area. Keep going.
Because who like in your face goodbye. Okay.
We are.
You gotta feel it, Sandy. There goes the accuracy percentage.
Who do you think you want to be today?
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud. Round one! Skylar is more than just a mechanized suit of armor. It's 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. I sense your concern, but you have already proven your worth. If this battle is to be won, it will be because you are on our side. Well, we gotta stop them in their tracks. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I like the future. It has kick-ass ordnance.
But it's not that vehicle.
So where's our tank?
You know, just needed a few repairs.
On the move again.
Keep an eye on it. Stay strong. I've got a shield. I'm trying on it. Oh, sorry. You should destroy these orbs. I put the orb on house.
You got no tanks, nice.
Ready for another ghost fighter?
Got my own cover. Nice.
I suck. I was worried. No, no, that doesn't count. But it's not that vehicle. Yeah. Time for some fireworks. Keep your eyes on this one. We're better when we work together.
Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
I needed that. That one hurts. Left. Very.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Don't count us out yet.
Got my own cover. Nice.
Line in place. Like the coolest. What one hurts? I appreciate you.
Spider bot. Why?
Time for some fireworks. This is gonna hurt. Please.
Nice. I'm doing this my way.
The current score is 0-1. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud. Two. More than just a mechanized suit of armor. It's my best friend.
Got my own cover. Nice.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Wow, you look tough.
You look like you belong in high school. What are you?
A famous singer.
I don't listen to music. I punish criminals.
Well, we are in the right place for that. Let's go. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enemy ahead. He likes a poem. Rocco must be liberated.
A nice decrease. Time for fireworks.
Armed and dangerous.
Ready for another ghost?
Robot spiders all over the place. Protection coming.
Nice story. Okay, it's awesome shield.
Yeah.
Almost there. Time to see some fireworks. Ready for another ghost fighter? I've got yours. Good.
Thanks for me. Oh, I love you.
Oh, that's quick.
You know what to do, fighter? I like the cold. Oh, no, don't count.
Still got an age.
You're up, boy. Only 60 seconds left. Firework.
I'm good to go.
GG's.
3, 2, 1.
GG's team.
Who do you think you want to be today?
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? Pick your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging. "30 seconds before you attack. Get ready." The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.